This is the Call of Duty Mobile Summerfest 2026.
Bakunawa. Still in play, but SKAERI 3 more points to win this game.
That is crazy. I would have seen multiple options.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 Garena Qualifier. I'm Jericho down here with Kaori, and today we have 4 matches for you, 4 explosive matchups for today's Garena Qualifiers, and I'm very excited, especially what we saw yesterday. Yes, it was 2 quick 3-0s, but we had an intense 3-0 matchup up against VIZUALZ, SKAERI, and FREESLOT as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically where things starts to heat up. All of the teams got their matches done, got their series done, and I think this is where we see the separation within like the leaderboards. I mean, yesterday there were some quite of a big shakeups when it comes to the power rankings, and now with more matches up ahead, actually all of the 8 teams having the opportunity to play and showcase their skills, this day would be pivotal indeed for the Garena qualifiers.
I definitely agree. This day and tomorrow would be very pivotal, just to you start to see the difference, the separation, like you said. I definitely agree with that one. I mean, these teams are fighting for the playoff spot, and then after that they have to fight for their slot in the Stage 5 World Championship. So there's a lot at stake here in today's matches. Some important matches for some of these teams. For some teams, it's just another day in the office.
Yeah, quite literally another day in the office for some teams. But yeah, you know, more exciting stuff that we have to actually look out for now, because for the first matchup, we are seeing actually Elevate versus VIZUALZ SKAERI. VIZUALZ SKAERI, they had a, kind of a lackluster series for their first time around here in the Garena qualifiers. And now facing up against Elevate. Now that is a big question for them. Once again, will they find their first point of today, or will it be a straight slump here for VIZUALZ SKAERI?
Yeah, it was a must-win for them yesterday. I think against FREESLOT, that's one series that you should have won, but FREESLOT obviously showed up and showed out. And now up against Elevate, at this point, what you're looking for is some hope something that you can find to try to get a win, or even a map, just get some map wins just to get some points on the board. But at the end of the day, it's very difficult to win up against the 2024 world champions. So at the same time, you know, a 6-time Garena Masters champion. So I mean, a lot is at stake here for VIZUALZ SKAERI. I know they can do it, but they just had a lot of mistakes yesterday that really, you know, it trickled down to them struggling, especially Mamra. He had a bad game yesterday, a bad series actually, and wherein you saw his teammates really stepped it up. Rex really was consistent, as well as Sebio and Chroma and all the other boys there. But at the end of the day, if you don't get the dub, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you know, that is going to be still the biggest problem now for VIZUALZ SKAERI. It's their consistency. I mean, yes, we've been talking about their lineup and on how much they can have that capability to actually take down these big teams. We are considering them as the dark horse of this tournament, apparently. But yeah, they have to show up, and this time around, it's up against Elevate.
Yep, and with that being said, let's take a look at our tournament schedule. We had our play-ins last week. Now we are on 15th of August. We are on the 3rd day of the group stage. Tomorrow's going to be our 4th day. And then next week we'll have 4 more days. And then right after that we'll have the August 29th and 30th for the playoffs.
Yes, you know, so a very, very action-packed weeks here for all of our teams. You know, it's going to be a round robin after all, so they get the chance to play up against each other. And here is the tournament roadmap, where actually the play-ins is now finished with 2 of the teams proceeding here into the group stage, plus 2 teams from GSI, and also you have the playoffs as to where only 4 teams will make it there, and only 2 will actually advance to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026.
Yeah, and like what we said, you know, for VIZUALZ SKAERI, for VIZUALZ Indonesia, as well as FREESLOT, that 4th slot is really the important one, because for the top 3, I think we can all agree that's going to be ALUla, Elevate, as well as Rival Esports. But also, they also have a fighting for the prize pool for the first time in Stage 4 history. First place gets 4,500, second place gets 3,000, third place gets 2,500, fourth place gets 2,000, 5th to 8th gets 1,500, and for 9th to 10th, they get $1,000 each.
So yeah, no one goes home empty-handed for like the 4th, 5th time that I'm saying it already. But here is your participating teams. You know, for the group stage, it's going to be ALUla, As Soon As Possible, Change World, Elevate, Rival Esports, VIZUALZ Esports, VIZUALZ SKAERI, and then FREESLOT.
There you go. 8 teams, the best of the best from their respective regions, and now we'll be under one umbrella in the Garena region here for Stage 4. I mean, by the looks of it, we already know who would go to the playoffs, but let's take a look at the standings here. ALUla rounds up the crew with 2 and 1 map loss. They're going to be number 1, Rivals number 2, Elevate 3, FREESLOT 4, VIZUALZ Esports 5, As Soon As Possible 6, VIZUALZ SKAERI at 7, and Change World at 8.
Yeah, you know, basically you can just see, you know, could possibly be a preview, if I must say so myself, of the final group stage standings. But I mean, yes, 4 to 8 is still interchangeable, but you know, these 3 teams that we have here are just dominating here in our group stages. But the story right now, it's going to be Elevate versus VIZUALZ SKAERI. Oh, Arsenal for Hardpoint though. Could stir up something.
Consider something, you know, we know how Volta spawns here, but it is a classic map, one of my favorite maps all time. Arsenal Hardpoint 2 needs to search and destroy, standoff control, take off Hardpoint, and in case we need to game 5, it will be in firing range, search and destroy. These maps are pretty standard. I like these maps, and it would go to the side of Elevate a bit for me. I mean, these boys have been on a slump recently, but again, when you win at the right time, you're gonna hit your stride at the right time as well. So hopefully that's what's gonna happen to Elevate. For VIZUALZ SKAERI, I mean, they could say backs against their wall. It's only day number 3, but they need to start racking up some wins here.
Yeah, of course. Because if they get another 3-0 loss here against Elevate, I think that is going to be a tough time for them, because they still have to play against ALUla. They have to still play against Rival Esports, and well, who knows, you know, what can happen to the next matchups. But yeah, there were some questions surrounding VIZUALZ SKAERI from yesterday, and that was whether should Mamra play or whether should Tarx play for VIZUALZ SKAERI. But I think now they got their mental reset. I mean, it's still up against Elevate, but let us see what these boys can bring to the table.
Yes, sir. That's going to be the story of the game, PJ, with nice frames coming through. The Terminator got an upgrade But here we go. First series of the day. SKAERI, Elevate, Game 1, Arsenal, Hardpoint.
A lot of action now is to be witnessed here. First point here could be very tricky for both teams, but Elevate, we can see them settling down into the point. Chroma and Rex would be the first one to start off this match, and I think VIZUALZ SKAERI would get control of P1. Now, the question is whether can Elevate break into the point, or will VIZUALZ PH be clean enough to hold it off?
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, historically, this P1 is probably one of the hardest hills to break, just because there's only four ways, but the two ways are going to be at the window and at the vents. You see Mamra gets a 2K there, starting to heat up at the start. That's what you wanted from him. He had only single-digit kills in the first 4 hills and take off Hardpoint against FREESLOT. But now, VIZUALZ SKAERI, 31 points and counting. Elevate struggling so far here, trying to break it through. And now that's just the blender there immediately. I mean, you're just feeding streaks now if you're on the side of Elevate. 10 seconds left. They got to hit that rotation. If you look at the map, Kennedy gonna try to clean up. Number 2, PJ is going to be there to get more kills there. You're going to get that last 4 seconds off this hill, and they also get control of P2. Only 1 player to beat. That's going to be Mamra. He's got to watch out for that Tempest. Could be huge later.
Yeah, could be very huge indeed, but now VIZUALZ PH having a huge lead onto their hands. Sabio also having that EMP on the ready, but Elevate trying to settle into this point. They got the spawn in, they got that done as well, but Pickle would die in the process. Now, once again, it's VIZUALZ PH actually taking the spawn now, and they are playing good, if I might say so myself.
I mean, Sebio, EMP ready. There's going to be a Tempest out. He does get shut down, but the Death Machine will be there if he wants to, but Elevate able to take over and take the players down one by one. Kalo with a 4K on his own, and now the Elevate rampage is going on here. Kalo, that's 5 kills to his name, plus the hill time. Huge plays by the side of Elevate. Just trying to get back here after a subpar P1. You see them keep on going. If you look at the map, 13 seconds left. You got to look out for P3, and that is what VIZUALZ PH is about to do now.
Yeah, that is what they are about to do now. And Kalo, man, he was just, you know, one man holding down the point, and no one was getting through. Now, VIZUALZ PH, their lead is now cut down to just single digits. Elevate, once again, investing operators now. Yopi with the Sparrow would be deadly in that exchange. Now Elevate once again getting the upper hand in that exchange. Mamra though, 2K with the Tempest, make the 3. Will he land the 4th shot is going to be the big question. Not quite yet, but Mamra certainly is feeling different today with 12 eliminations already, leading VIZUALZ PH. Elevate struggling to find this hill, but fight for it still continues.
That's true, but the flank from Mamra though could be deadly as they get 2 there from the flank. Kalo though gets 2. Kalo's still alive here. He's actually just 1 shot. The War Machine by Rex. Can he find anything? No connection. But they do have some help coming through here from this P3. But look at Elevate just inside. He shuts down PJ. Shuts down 2 more. That's going to be 3 for Rex. That's a big War Machine for him, but the contest kills come through. And this is the one thing about Arsenal. It's always, you think it's a big map, but you're able to get into the hills as fast as possible. And now you see the rotation again to P4 over at Guns. Mamra now going to be the first line of defense up against 2 Elevate players. Drops down the trophy, but Candy's War Machine, good for 2 there. Candyman making it look easy in this P4.
Yeah, certainly making it look easy, but VIZUALZ PH not letting Elevate find anything at all. Now Tempest for PJ would not land the shots, as Sebio is going to be a very big nuisance there for the side of VIZUALZ PH. Now Susano with a claw, trying to find more kills, just trying to take down as much members of VIZUALZ PH as he can. Elevate now pushing forward, Susano tearing through, and that would be Elevate retaking this point. And Susano still not done, but he will get taken down finally by Mamra. Mamra still trading shots as Elevate and VIZUALZ PH now at neck and neck.
That was a good claw coming in from Susano. Now the overshell comes through, but Kalo, again, can he hold it down once more? Out on a 1P. Can he try helping? He does have some assists there, but nice shots by Kalo. They clear it out. And Elevate now on a roll here after a very slow start here. But VIZUALZ SKAERI PH, they're right there in the game. It's not a one-sided game. Both teams are fighting. That's what we like to see. The smokes are out. PJ gonna be the first one on that window. You see number 5. That's gonna be Chroma from the flank, as well as Yopi inside with another Sparrow in hand, but he needs help from his teammates. Able to get help from PJ. They go and destroy the first wave, and now the hill is going to be on to the side of Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate now holding down this point could be very, very hard for the side of VIZUALZ PH. It's a very particular point that you have to go into, but just like that, VIZUALZ PH find the break in. Chroma now holding down this entrance, finding one, but Mumra on the other hand, 2 for the Tempest. That is quite literally electrifying for the side here of VIZUALZ PH. You know, keeping the fight close and not letting Elevate get what they want that easily. And also, VIZUALZ SKAERI now within touching points of that 100-point mark.
That's true. Rex actually brought out the War Machine there. Not in the best time as Elevate able to get the last couple of seconds here. Just get a little bit of a cushion for this P4. Kale's gonna get shut down by Pickle. Last 9 seconds goes to the side of VIZUALZ PH, and back to P1 we go. We already have Yopi inside that hill, and they're going to be able to take it over, but Pickle has something to say about it. Shuts down Yopi. There's going to be 3 more players of Elevate in front of him. Can he try to get it? No, he cannot. Elevate players just funneling in from this P1. Now the hill comes up. It's going to be a fight once more. Here comes the reset.
Yeah, here comes the reset quite indeed, but they have to look out for the vent player. That will be Sebio, but he will be taken down here by PJ and that Tempest. Still, the fight here is going to look very, very scrappy for the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI. They're trying to break in, but will the same thing that they did to Elevate happen to them this time around? Susano finding more kills. Sebio trying to go in, but would get mixed into the blender as the claw from Susano would just pieced them up as Elevate. They are just going through a rampage at this point, my friend.
Yep, Susano with a 4K there. Huge place. Yopi with another Sparrow. This is his 3rd Sparrow in the game already. One of the hardest operators to get, but he's able to get it as fast as he can. Yopi now and Kalo on that quarter kill. Another 6 spree here. Working towards that EMP. Has help, but no, Yopi gets traded out by Pickle with a huge 2K there. And now, VIZUALZ PH, yes, they're down by 75 points, but they have the setup in P2. He's got to hold on from the back. Rex able to shut down PJ as well. Here comes the push. Mamra, though, on the corner, stops the push once more. 55 seconds left here as it goes in. Mamra has to stay inside the hill now. Gives up some space. Let's take a listen to one of these teams.
Dalawa. HKD ako.
Minus 2, minus.
Dead lang.
Wala akong trophy, wala akong...
Go.
Tempest.
May guta namin.
Tempest.
Ladder.
Green box.
Green box.
Big box green.
Bottom ladder. Suling dalawa.
Next na ba? Hindi pa siya na next. Hindi na malapit na.
Babi ako, tara.
Big box.
And just like that, you hear the differences there. VIZUALZ PH, yes, not a fan of just the chill comms there. You know, I want more urgency, I want more energy from these teams to Elevate, showing why they are one of the best. You hear their comms, perfectly imprecise. PJ's gonna get stunned, but gets away with his life with a Tempest. Nice flick onto that one. Gets another one in Pickle. Hunter Killadrill's gonna help him, but Chroma is gonna eat the native Kalo. 190 to 151 here. Equalizer time for Mr. Kalo. We know how deadly he is. Gets one. Rex takes himself out with a War Machine. That's not what you want from him. But now Elevate looking to hit the final blow. Only 47 more points before they take game number 1.
Yeah, and now KO just from the back. It's raining bullets for Mr. KO as Elevate, you know, further on extending their lead. Sebio trying to find some value with a death machine, but that would be wasted alongside the members of VIZUALZ PH as Candy, you know, just using the War Machine and raining down a lot of bombs here in the faces of VIZUALZ PH, and no way can they break into this heal as Elevate. They are just dominating at this point, you know, within touching distance already of that victory. Only 10 points away from securing this game number 1.
10 more points. Nice shots from PJ with the bell. The claw comes out for Susano. Gets the assist there, but it doesn't matter. They are just holding down the front lines here in P4. Trying to hit the final blow. 5 more points to go. Elevate about to bring this home, but for the final push for the side of SKAERI, they're able to get in for now, but that's going to be all she wrote. Chroma goes down. Game 1 goes to Elevate 250 to 154.
Yeah, a strong showing coming in from Elevate. You know, that game was just lights out for them. I mean, P1, we saw some promise coming in from the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI, but experience is what took over, and Elevate wasn't faced at all with that huge of a lead that, you know, VIZUALZ SKAERI had in the first point. And yeah, rightfully so.
Rightfully so. I mean, yeah, a bit of a slow start, but you know, this is just the beauty about Elevate. You know, you have 5 guys that could pop off any moment, and if you saw there, our MVP is going to be Caleb. Because the fact that he dropped at least 45 to 46 kills, you saw him getting the kills that he needed. It was just a really slow start, and that's the only thing about Arsenal is when you play really slow, when you don't get the first kills, you are going to be down a lot points here. But you know, easy hills to rotate, easy hills to hold, except for that P1. But other than that, beautiful plays coming through from both of these Cs, but Elevate just came out on top.
Yeah, Elevate just, you know, found their own rhythm and just really used their experience as their advantage. They made sure that every single point they had a say or a fight in it, you know, getting the spawns and just overall using their dominance to just put pressure in VIZUALZ SKAERI. And for that map number 1, here is your map highlight. You know, this P1 was looking very, very good for the side of VIZUALZ PH.
It was. I mean, you saw it, and then they were able to fight back P3, P4 as well. But when it came to P5, that's when you start to see the difference there. There was some operators I was not a fan of when they were using it, but in the end of the day, it worked out. I needed more from the War Machine of Rex. I think he only had one good usage from it, which is this P3. But other than that, I mean, it was just mistiming, misusage of that, and then the claws here from Sasato and the crew. Everything was just working perfectly for the side of Elevate. They just came out really, really slow.
Yeah, I will agree to that one. But, you know, a good side now that we can talk about VIZUALZ SKAERI is that Mamra has been showing up, especially in this map. You know, we can see as to what he can offer and bring to the table. But yeah, it was just a difference between the prowess here of all of the firepower of members, and which Elevate, you know, has the advantage over that. We've seen this matchup at least twice now, Elevate versus VIZUALZ SKAERI. It has been the same ending for 2 times in a row, but this man has been the reason why it stays like that. It's going to be your map MVP for Hardpoint. It's Kalo with 44 eliminations and a KDA of 2.59. Look at that.
Congratulations to Kalo. 44 for the win there. I mean, if you looked at the score, actually, even with the P3 rotation, it was like 180 to 154. That's just one break that VIZUALZ SKAERI needed, and then the Kalo show happened. That's where the equalizer came out. That's where the Predator missile came out. He was just able to hold the enemy back, and they just kept on spotting the same area over and over again. You take a look at the kills here. I mean, the kills on the other end, all the underside for SKAERI. 28 is the most kills, but they were right there in the game. They were able to get a lot of time. But for Elevate, I mean, Kalo 44, right after that PJ with 35. And it was an overall team effort, and at the same time, he had 2 minutes inside the hill. Man was doing everything for Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, Kalo had a fantastic game from that one. That's what you get when you get your stride at the right time, and it paid off beautifully here for the side of Elevate. But now, heading into Tunisia for Search and Destroy. Now, this is where things get interesting, because Elevate actually a very good Tunisia team when it comes to Search and Destroy. We've seen them play it out in GM11, and now seeing it up against VIZUALZ SKAERI. I'm just excited as to what they can bring into this one.
Yep, SND is coming right up. You know, this is where Elevate did struggle, especially in GM11 up against Rival, but you know, it's their time to right their wrongs here, as we're about to load up into Search and Destroy Tunisia. And
yeah, VIZUALZ SKAERI, you know, they need this map. We've been saying it a lot for those teams who, you know, would be facing up against these titans like Elevate, like ALUla, and Rival Esports. They need to get the S&D done. I mean, that's still another point to their name. They might not win the entire series, but once they got possibly a game off, that could change the team's mental. Could possibly open and like awaken something deep inside of them. But yeah, heading into this S&D, anything can still happen. I mean, Elevate had a strong showing for game number 1, and I am just excited to see what action this S&D will bring us. As here you go, map number 2 is going to be S&D VIZUALZ PH versus Elevate.
S&D Tunisia, Kendi Sebio, both trade kills there. Mamra's gonna get shut down by Kendi as well. Candyman starting off really pretty hot here in this opening round with 2 kills already, and he's trying to get some wall bangs. Unfortunately, there's a player right behind him. It's going to be Pickle. The timing could be everything. Yes, Candy's going to get shut down by Pickle. But it is going to be traded by Yopi. Yopi was the one that was watching that. But it's going to be another play by Sasato with the SKS. Prepared, predicted, and eliminated as Sasato shuts him down with the SKS. 1 player to beat. Sebio, 1 versus 3.
A very hard challenge now for Sebio. I mean, he has the Locust at hand. Could possibly pop 3 guys here at the same time. But it would take a miracle for him to save this round as Yopi plants the bomb already for Elevate.
Bomb is down. Sebio now. What can you find? Probably could get a consolation kill here. But the setup is there already. He probably sees that player on the right. Does he clear it? Spots Kalo.
Oh.
And then, actually, the bait there, Yopi. All that could have been a collateral. In a different world, that would have been a collateral. But again, beautiful round for the side of Elevate. They get it 1-0. We move on to the next round.
Yeah, on to the next round we go. No, it was a nice try coming in from VIZUALZ PH. I saw the potential there, especially the flank coming in from Pickle, but he was just caught out here by Sano. But now look at this, 5-man Elevate just pushing towards B, making this a response game. But Rex, you know, successful in taking down 1, and still Elevate not having, you know, the space to plant down the bomb. But it would be a 4 versus 3 now. Chroma with PKM just trying to look for those PAMs. Didn't find any tags just yet, but he would get tagged up himself as Susano is just on the ready, but would get taken down here by Chroma with that wallbang.
The wallbang coming through, 3 versus 3 now. Yopi and Kalo, they're gonna use that stair glitch there. The stun is out. They take down no one. Yo, Kalo, he's gonna be able to trade out Sebio. Candy takes down Chroma. It's all up to Rex at a 1 versus 2. The Candy Man doing its job here, and Candy with a snipe. Fortunately, we didn't get to see it, but nice shots coming through from Candy. That's 4 kills. Look at that smile.
Yeah, just look at that relaxed smile coming in from the players here of Elevate.
Nonchalant snipes, that's what they would call him. But I know Candy has a lot of emotion. He shows it, but now he's just really in focus mode here as we move on to the next round.
Yeah, man is in total Zen mode for the side of Elevate. I mean, now starting off things 2-0, it's looking good for them. But VIZUALZ PH, you know, there was a time there in that round where it was a 2 versus 3, but they did let up their lead, and I think they need to be better at closing out those rounds because that has been the problem of a lot of teams when it comes to S&D. Yes, they managed to find some pickups, but they struggle to finally convert it. But Kalo, in a perfect timing, spots out 2 players! Pickle and Chroma!
That
was just out.
Yeah, that's just veteran. That's just veteran being a veteran there. I mean, Kalo, look at that 3. Another player right behind him. I mean, at that point, Kalo already knew what was the setup there. Kalo gets the 4th with a shotgun. That was just too easy for him. He already knew. I was like, hey, I got in for free. Oh, I know where you're hiding. That's some things that you can't teach because that's just instinct there. And Elevate now. 3-0 so far in the search and destroy. They are looking pretty good here in this opening series.
Yeah, man. And Kalo still up there. 7 kills already with only 3 rounds in. And Candy picking up 2. Now that is a lot of damage, as some of you might say, for VIZUALZ PH. And now, looking at here, you know, the play for the side of Elevate is just Kalo. Yeah, just go out there and possibly find like 2-3 people. And then, yeah, we'll go on our merry way. As now PJ having a flank of his own. And the VIZUALZ PH, they need to worry about a lurking Kalo, a Susano that has an SKS. And now Yopi on that Locust.
Now Locust Kalo almost gets him. Mamra able to get that player. 1 versus 2 now, a bit more doable. 30 seconds left. You have some time to work with here. But again, up against an SKS where it's 1-shot potential. Not looking pretty good here as Mamra, he is going to get shut down. There you go. Sato gets the kill. 4-0 for the side of Elevate in this search and destroy.
Just total control here coming in from the side of Elevate. You know, if we're going to be looking at their game plan, it's essentially just flood one side, have Kalo or somebody to go on the flank and just piece out somebody and just open up things for the side of this S&D map, basically. But let's learn more about how they are executing this plan and take a look at Lucen at
Hit him.
2v3 boy. B player. Ay,
Hindi ko lang na. Dalawa makat. Tama na nun. Tubil siya.
Right, give natin mid. Tatlo natin B. Ay.
Oh, some very colorful language there from my former player Kendi. I did not teach him that, by the way. But he is a champion, and I guess it happens. You know, it happens in the heat of the moment. You do get annoyed when someone does flank. I would get annoyed if someone does get flanked, because I think, why are you flanking, man? Just face me head on. But here we go.
It gets the better of him at that time.
You heard Visual PH trying to go for him with the spear there. Pickle shuts down PJ. That's the 1 kill for him there on that round. 4 versus 5 so far. 1 minute and 20 here. Elevate about to push through this B. And Mamra not having the best of weapons, far range. But this gun sometimes does wonders. And not today, though, as Yopi shuts down Mamra.
Yep, now it's a 4v4 with Elevate having a very open B site here, and I think they would just clear out the site and then plant for it, as now VIZUALZ PH marching towards this bound side, as Pickle finding 2 on the flank would be collateral, but now it's up to, basically he is going to go down, and now VIZUALZ PH 2 rounds in a row for them, starting to change up things quite nicely here. We are seeing the adjustments, the flanks. It has been working out. It really has been working out.
Here we go. 2 more rounds before we fit sides here. See Elevate trying to burst in through. Here comes the stuns though, but for SKAERI, they're gonna come through. Yopi, Kendi, they both get kills, 3 down, and just like that, take over the site. They should have the advantage here of 5 versus 2. Chroma and Rex in a world of trouble. They're able to get 1, but still 4 more.
4 more members coming in from the side of Elevate. I mean, PJ has been tucked in there quite nicely as Chroma would not spot him out, and he would get blown out of the water as Rex tried to find some more eliminations, but I think it's a little bit too late to win this round. 20 seconds left on the clock. Rex with the SKS, PJ Kalo just waiting, and that is just it. 5 rounds now for the side of Elevate, 5-2. And they are just, within touching distance already of that victory.
Yep, 1 more map. Oh, sorry, 1 more round before we switch sides here for Elevate. Or see them on the last side, the last round of offense. And VIZUALZ SKAERI. Have another 4-man setup low resist, this A point. Sebio's gonna be the middle, try to hit a shot here. He's just gonna get slid on, but no, the secondary chamber able to get that. Now they have that first blood. That's gonna slow things down for Elevate. They're trying to equalize it to Kendi. He knows he's there, Kendi. Not gonna be able to dash shot, but gets that information.
Kendi, man, very deadly with the sniper. I mean, it's going to have a duel, but Sebio joins in the fun, takes down Kendi. And right now, Elevate just trying to push in towards this mid side, but that would actually just regroup. It's a 5 versus 3 after all. VIZUALZ PH, they certainly do need this round, as Pickle just trying to push forward. He would get spotted out, but Elevate still on the back pedal. 1 minute to work with here. They still got the bomb on their hands. But VIZUALZ PH, they look like they are in control.
I mean, this should be a rotated for Elevate at this point. You already know mid is going to be covered. They're probably tripling down on A. Now you see Susano. If he takes down Rex here, that would be the opening that they need. There comes the fight at the back. Rex, though, he's not ready for this. Try to spot him. He does give that information. It should be a quick rotate. If you're number 2, number 3, you got to hit it down. Bomb is going to go down. Rex does not give up his position here. I don't think he even spots one. There you go. Finally spots one as well. All up to Susano in a 1 versus 5. Not going to be too well as Pickle gets the trade, and VIZUALZ PH able to get at least 3 rounds on their defensive side.
Yeah, still not bad coming in from VIZUALZ PH. Could definitely ramp it up onto the next half. And let us see just how much damage can they still do within this, because it's still not over. I mean, Elevate up by 2 rounds, but not the end of the world for the side of Visual Scary here.
Here we go.
Wow.
Oh my god, Susano. Alright, okay! 3 for Susano. Galo gets sweat as well. And just like that, all the hopes of dreams of Visual Scary to start off good in the second half just came out of the woods there. Sabio, last player alive. He's gonna get shut down by PJ. And 3 to 6 we go. Definitely not gonna see another B rush there for Visual PH.
Yeah, that round right there could have possibly triggered something in them. As Susano. Wow, that 3K was just very much on point there, coming in from the side of Elevate. Yeah, it's going to be an entirely different approach now for the side of VIZUALZ PH. They're trying to take a crack at mid, but PJ is waiting, but he won't spot out the members that is currently flying from above. And now here comes Chroma together with the side of VIZUALZ PH, just cracking down the A site. And now Kendi is left alone to defend up against so much members. Finds 1, Chroma is down, but up against 2, it's going to be a very tough time. I mean, Susano is still alive here. He has been the one that did a lot of damage from the previous round, having the Switchblade and the SKS. How much magic do you have in you, Susano? Finds one that would be rocks down.
Alright, Susano.
Could be legendary for him.
Could be.
One.
He knows what he's doing here. I like this, what he's trying to do. Just, you know, 1 by 1, I mean, it's how you do it. Just how you need to do it. He spots that shoulder. That's a good shoulder, though. You for the side of Sebio. Let's give that information now. If you're Visual Scary, you just gotta let him come to you. Do not need to push or anything. And there you go, Sebio. The one with the trigger. That's down to Sano there. 6 to 4 we go. Good answer for the side of VIZUALZ PH, but they're still down 2 rounds.
Yeah. Being down 2 rounds here. And Elevate already at 6. They need to catch up quick. I mean, that's good that they've secured 1 round of their own. That could be the start of their run. But Elevate would certainly adapt to their tactics as Chroma actually bringing in, you know, his signature gun, the PDW, into this SND. And wow, VIZUALZ PH just removes Kalo and Yopi off the map. Could potentially cut down the deficit to just 1. But Elevate having Susano still holding down B site all alone. Kendi as well is on the ready. Locust at hand with that spot out pickle. That would be a very, very sneaky play coming in from Kendi. Does he pull the trigger? But Sebio is actually spotted out here. Susano just walking around, not having any idea that Sebio is there. And hello, my friend. That is going to be, I think, the round now for the side of VIZUALZ PH. But hold on to your horses as PJ finds 2. But Pickle finally puts a stop to this man right here. And that would be another round here for the side of VIZUALZ PH.
I thought he was going to go for the ninja. Honestly, I would have been so proud of him if he went for the ninja there. Fortunately, wasn't able. VIZUALZ Scary answers back now. Down 1 round here. Time to tie it up, and now it's going to be a burst towards A here. You already have PJ inside the hill as he's going to be able to spot 1. Gets the second as well. PJ making it look easy. Rexo gets the trade, and Sebu gets PJ. So now it's down to 3v3, but look at the flank. Number 1, Yopi from the back, able to get 1. Knows there's a player on close to him. Mamra shuts him down with a shotgun. Kalo playing that corner. Rex shuts him down as well. It's all up to Susano in a 1 versus 2 here.
A very tricky.
Yeah, you gotta push it up here. Gotta slow it down. Sano might get the greatest timing in Call of Duty mobile history. Beautiful discipline by Mr. Susano. And they're just wrapping around. I like this. He's just following them. And he knows bomb is down. So if Susano, I already have that forward information, Kari.
Yeah, he would have that information quite at the ready. Now, VIZUALZ PH trying to retake that bomb. They would be expecting that Susano could be on wine, or it could just be at their connector. Could be on shadows as well, but, you know, mental warfare now being shown here by Susano. They got the bomb already. Could trigger the movement now from Susano. A crucial 1 versus 2 once again at this point.
Oh, wow.
Spots out Mambra, so that's 1 information down already. He tags him, but not quite takes him down. would look for the spam, but that would be Rex just shutting Susano down. And finally, VIZUALZ PH evening things up 6-6. Only 3 rounds for both of these teams. Tensions are now high as this S&D is getting spicier.
Did everything right except using that gun at that moment because he had a SKS. I think he would have gotten him easier there, but now we're at 6-6. Here we go. One more. Here comes the push. Side of VIZUALZ PH are gonna go down this ramp side. Kalo needs 1 kill here. He's gonna get shut down by Chroma. Momentum now slowly shifting to the side of VIZUALZ PH. Where was this yesterday? You saw them struggling, and now trying to answer back, trying to get a map win here, trying to get a series up against Elevate here in SND.
Yep. I mean, that first takeoff for the side here of VIZUALZ PH. Very, very crucial. Now the former world champions on their back foot. Still, it's going to be a 4v5. No commitment whatsoever for the side of VIZUALZ PH. Now Mamra holding down this HS at hand. They have information as to where the members are, and that is going to be a big takedown as the Candyman would get taken out of the equation now. Susano just playing that peculiar spot. Yopi as well, and Susano I think would get caught out, but instead would try to contest once again as Mamra finds a crucial shot there. Yopi now trying to challenge Mamra once again. Mamra versus Yopi. Yopi comes out on top, but what leaves him is a 1v4. A clutch ace would be needed for Yopi to save this round.
Yep. Evenly needs the ace at this point to clutch it up. Here we go. Time's not on the side as well. 20 seconds left. Yopi needs to push, so he's gonna get spotted by Sebio. A hit marker from him. Sebio cleans it up with a pistol, and finally, VIZUALZ PH takes the lead for the first time in game number 2. 7-6 we go. SND of Elevate starting to show once again, not their best game modes, we all know that, but it needs a lot more improvements coming through here.
Yep. And right now, I think Elevate, they need to show the experience that they have because VIZUALZ PH, it looks like they're running away with it. They finally found their stride in this SND. PJ on the back end of things struggles to find one, and that would be 2 members out and about already for Elevate. Now VIZUALZ PH finding the plant onto the B side, having the man advantage. I think this is going to be match point for them.
It'll be match point. Here we go. And they close it out. Nade on Candy. That's a 2 versus 5. Advantage on their end. There's a player flanking as well. Kalo good for 1, but it doesn't matter. Yopi needs to snipe someone, but there you go. Match point for VIZUALZ PH. All of a sudden, turning the tide here in Search and Destroy up against Elevate.
And take a look at that, folks. VIZUALZ PH turning it up in this map. Elevate. They still would need a couple of rounds to get back from this one. They need to play to absolute perfection. And just like that, Kayla would get taken out by Sebio. Sebio has just been lights out. Landing difficult, and those sniper shots constantly making sure that VIZUALZ PH are still in this one. And they might close it out here. Bomb has been planted already onto B. Now VIZUALZ PH just trying to look for the angle to finish this off once and for all as Elevate. Trying for the retake.
Right.
Candy finds one. Candyman. He is feeling sweet right now, folks. Chroma would be the next target. Pickle would find the trade, but no, sir, as PJ and Susano closes it out. Elevate still in this one.
Elevate still in this. Saw them struggle there, but the retake was perfect for them. It's gotta get one more round. We go to an overtime for our first series here. Kaori.
Yeah.
The Elevate just really struggling here, man. I mean, we know this is their weakest game mode, but I wasn't expecting it to be like this. But now it's happening, as you see mid. They go for another mid push here. SKAERI. They're baiting that smoke out. It's gonna be another push down here, and this is a big fight here for number 3 Kalo. Needs to get one, has to back away. Chroma pushes in. If you look at the map, there you go, Pickle as well.
Yeah,
a lot of information. No, I mean, no one wants to make a move at this point.
Yeah, exactly. No one is moving a muscle. VIZUALZ PH slowly but surely making their way through that mid side of the map. could potentially be looking towards an A hit or a B hit. Depends on the information that they could be getting. You can see player number 5 now for the side of Elevate just rotating already. Candy spotting out one, and Sebio would lose out that duel. And also, I think here is going to be Momra just trying to fish for Candy, but Candy would be alive in that exchange. But Kalo, the man who is holding down the B side, would be eliminated. And Momra finding the shot onto Yopi. Could be the dagger here for the side of VIZUALZ PH. Elevate now, trying to fight for it still as PJ. Having the switchblade, could be anticipating or waiting for someone to rotate as Candy ready. Actually looks out at the wrong timing. Didn't spot out the members of VIZUALZ PH. Now would have to land the shots. Finds one, but only good for one as Momra still keeping this team alive. VIZUALZ PH just one kill away from securing and taking off a map against Elevate. But PJ is just here to save the day. And now Pickle versus PJ. 1 versus 1, but Pickle would make sure to end this map as VIZUALZ PH wins S&D against Elevate.
It's S&D, they force a game 4. Now things just got interested here for this series as VIZUALZ SKAERI finally get their first map win up against the side of Elevate. You know, they struggled yesterday against FREESLOT. They probably did their homework, and that's what you want to see, improvements every single day here in Stage 4 as VIZUALZ SKAERI's equalizes the series at 1 apiece.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, the sigh of relief for these players. They are just smiling because what a relief is that. You know, as VIZUALZ SKAERI taking off a map against Elevate, you know, securing their first point of the group stage must feel nice, man.
It must feel nice, but I mean, it's, you can celebrate now, but you still gotta win the game. So still gotta win the series, so that's still a long hill to climb, and it's no easy task going up against a team like Elevate. Let's take a look at the highlights here. It was all Elevate from the first half until the start of the second half, but then you saw the difference there. You saw the shift of a strategy here for the side of SKAERI. They were getting pressure towards mid. They were trying to be annoying. They were baiting Elevate, and Elevate kept on falling for the fakes.
Yeah. And just as the side swaps, VIZUALZ SKAERI, they got their own play. You know, that is where the map opened up for them. You know, a lot of opportunities were theirs, and they claimed it at the right timing. I mean, VIZUALZ SKAERI, they really fought for this S&D map, and rightfully so. And that would be, you know, a point to their name now heading onto Control. If they can replicate, you know, the same type of competitiveness as they showed here in S&D, could be a different story for them.
Be a different story. You are right about that. Look at the final highlights here. I mean, Susato here. I thought that with this momentum shift, that triple kill there would have been huge, but it just didn't matter there as well. And this is the beginning of the end. After that 4-6, it went to 6-6, and then 7-6, and then it took them a while. It took them a while to get some rounds here. I mean, PJ right here tried his best, but he was already one shot. It didn't matter anymore. Elevate just couldn't adjust to anything. They kept on getting flanked over and over and over again. Even if when they have the advantage, they kept on over pushing, kept on doing stuff they didn't need to do, and that's why they also made a lot of their own mistakes for them to lose this game.
Yeah. And you know, VIZUALZ SKAERI, I think they just made it scrappy to the point where Elevate were just forced to fight these gunfights head on, and that is where they got the advantage basically. I mean, this was a heroic play coming in from PJ, but it was not enough for him to save the game as Pickle, you know, just waiting patiently to strike at the perfect timing. And here is your map MVP. He is the man who closed it out, and he would be the MVP as well. 16 eliminations with a KDA of 1.6.
Congratulations to Pickle. He will be your MVP for game number 2 as we're moving on now to Control in a couple of minutes here, and we're gonna see if they can, you know, get that 2-1 advantage, or will Elevate get back on the win column to take back the lead in this series.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we are still expecting, you know, Elevate to win out the spawn maps, but could have a entirely different result this time around. I mean, VIZUALZ SKAERI, we've seen glimpses of them playing well in the first hardpoint, and now closing out this S&D. Yeah, they are all stepping up indeed into this one, as 9-7 would be your final score. We're going to look at things now. Players are just, getting ready for the next match, but as of the moment, let us talk about the series, as Control Standoff would be up next.
Control Standoff is going to be next. I mean, this map has been in Call of Duty since Black Ops 2. They've remastered it in for Black Ops 4, as well as the side of Cold War, and now it's still in BO6. So it's been here for the longest time, but for Control, it's gonna be difficult here. We know how easy it is to spawn trap, especially when you're on the defender-sided map, where you just need to control yellow as well as a tractor, and you pretty much have a trap set up already. Both teams loading up here. Game number 3 here, the swing game for either of these teams, and usually whoever wins game 3 wins the series. So gotta watch out for that one now.
Yep, they really need to watch out for that one, quite indeed. As it would be very interesting if VIZUALZ SKAERI takes the lead here in this series. I mean, still, it's Elevate that they're up against. It's going to be Control, another spawn game. And I think Elevate would just be on edge this time around. Then I think they won't just let it up. And now, yeah, Control now starts here at Standoff. Elevate versus VIZUALZ PH, all tied at 1.
Yep, game number 3 starting here now, and starting things off with the players of Elevate all getting 3 kills immediately. First 3 kill metric, 4 kills down already, and there might be going for the spot trap as soon as we say. Pickle finally gets at least 1 there, but 6 life advantage for Elevate. You see them just being annoying in all the corners in the back alley. They finally cleared it out. That's going to be a bit of a reset for the side of VIZUALZ PH, but the life count did go down by that 1 play by Elevate.
Yeah, by that big push out coming in from Elevate, just extending the lead here quite early up against VIZUALZ PH, and I think Elevate means business as of now. We've seen them, quite a bit struggle here up against Change World on their first series, and I think it got to a point where it was a 2-0, but now, man, oh man, just take a look at Candy here. He is just pouring on all of his rage from that previous SND map. PJ as well, still ready. 20 lives to 5, and I think Elevate is just making quick work. It's a slaughter here, ladies and gentlemen. And VZID, where are you in this Control? 19 lives still left for Elevate, and I think that triggered something in them. And just a casual smile coming in from Mr. Kalo.
I mean, they knew they beat themselves in the SND. I mean, props to the side of VIZUALZ PH. Yes, they wanted it. Now back to the response, where the comfort of home is here for the side of Elevate. As Yopi gets 2 on the roll already and starts to capture over at this B point. There is going to be playing right behind him, but he is going to be able to get 2 more. Has a Sparrow to work with. The Sparrow didn't connect for the first one, but the damage has been done. Now all pushed back. You see the players of Elevate trying to go for the spawn trap, and now it's just a blender plugged in, spinning and spinning and spinning. We go PJ with a triple kill as well. Finally gets shut down, but more players of Elevate just pressuring the hill. Not even the hill, the spawns, and at this point, 23-14, Candy almost gets that turn on as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, VIZUALZ PH, they are not ready for this kind of Elevate to face them up, as Kalo trying to get the spawn trap, but finally be taken down there by Sebio. Now 19-10 lives would be the score, but 34 seconds left for the side of Elevate. They need to capture 1 site, or just go through the front lines here of VIZUALZ PH. VIZUALZ PH, still holding up in this round. That is a good tricky coming in from Chroma. And Pickle now trying to find a spawn trap to just delay the advancement coming in from Elevate. But now 5-13 would be the score, as Elevate taking a look towards that a site. Mamra together with Pickle and Sebio could make some magic happen here, but I don't think so, as Kalo shuts down 2 immediately. And now Pickle in his lonesome would be taken out and about, and that would be Elevate. A quick 2-0 for them.
2-0 now. Moving on to could be the final round here. Let's take a look at it. We have a countdown for our player costs. We are going to get ready for that for you. But for now, round number 3 about to start. War Machine now for Candy. Trying to hit it from Tractor. Looking for some long-range noob tubes here. But it's so far nothing yet. They do get the first 2 kills. Let's take a listen into the comps.
Building ba?
Yellow,
Enemy EMP systems incoming. Be careful. Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
Tango down.
Blue pa nila ba?
Tango down.
Predator missile inbound.
Dalawa ka, Ali.
Baka spawn.
Keep fighting.
Hello,
Okay, hold na baka.
hello. Isa lang ay running.
Alright, just like that, you heard the comms there. I mean, for VIZUALZ PH, it seems like all hope is lost for them, but it's not yet. I mean, it's a little bit of a doable thing here for them, but 21-13, Sebu gets shut down while having the death machine. As soon as I say that, 21-9, this game is already done and dusted. We should move on to game 4 here. PJ gets some more players coming through. 20-8 we go. Nice shots from him as well. Last 6 seconds to go. Pickle trying his best here, but it's a little bit too late for them as Yopi shuts him down with another Sparrow. Finds Chroma as well. Just great usage coming through. Oh, the reach out. Let him know, but it doesn't matter. 3-0 in the control. Now moving on to the hard point. Elevate makes light work of a VIZUALZ PH in control standoff.
Wait, I was not ready. It was over already, and Elevate made quick work in that control. I mean, man, oh man, somebody just woke up the beast, and Elevate, they didn't play around. And you know, nice try coming in from VIZUALZ PH. I think they just lacked the firepower to just fight this Elevate squad in that control. You know, the map mastery, the spawn traps were just all there for Elevate, and they would now take the series to a 2-1.
2-1, and that was the swing game. And now with all the momentum in the world, this is looking like it's going to be Elevate in 4 here. Take a look at the highlights here. I mean, from the start, from the first round, you just saw the way that they were playing. They were playing with some certain of ferocity. They were just going, rushing in front of their faces, pressuring all they're going, and could not give them an inch of space at all. The spawn trap was on. It was just operator galore for them as well.
Yeah, an operator galore indeed in that one. I think second round was the closest that we've seen coming in from VIZUALZ PH. It was, yeah, they managed to chunk down 20 lives off of Elevate, but heading to this third round, it was just brutal once again as Yopi just finished things off. And yeah, nothing much that you can say about Elevate in that map, but they were dominating. Yeah, dominating quite indeed.
I mean, 21 for Yopi, 2.33 KDA, and that's what you want to see from their end. I mean, at this point, the respawns is just a check, and now the question mark is back to the search and destroy. I mean, if you're ALUla, if you're Rival Esports, you already know that chink of armor from the Elevate, you know, from the Elevate's armor there, so you definitely need to know what's happening here. But congratulations to them, and the series is not yet over. We're going to a game number 4 in Hardpoint.
Yep. Finally, a game 4. You know, yesterday was full of 3-0s, but now we are heading to a map number 4, which is going to be a hard point. Now, a big question once again for the side here of VIZUALZ SKAERI is that will they find their stride, or will this slump coming in from control impact them a lot? As if we're going to look at the post-map results, everyone from Elevate on positive KDs, while you got players from the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI, you know, quite struggling in that one. Now the series would be pushed into 2-1. We are heading on to take off for Hardpoint. We've seen VIZUALZ SKAERI yesterday play here up against FREESLOT, and they put up a good fight. But yeah, still it's going to be Elevate in the spawns, and that is going to be a big problem.
It is going to be a big problem for them. Take off Hardpoint, and it's going to be closer to one. You know, that was like 250 to 235 yesterday with FREESLOT and VIZUALZ SKAERI, but now Elevate. I mean, after a fast control, I mean, expect what they can do in the Hardpoint, and we know how good they are at the Hardpoint, and we saw what happened in Arsenal as we're about to load up in the game. Elevate and SKAERI could be the final game of the series, or will VIZUALZ SKAERI force a game number 5 and try to win up against the team of Elevate.
Yeah, could be. Could be. They've took one map. What is another for them, right? But yeah, still a very rough showing from Control. Could potentially have some question marks here for the side of Visual Scary. But yeah, as we are loading up in the game, I think the players are just getting ready. PJ, very energetic, as we can see. He is ready for some action. And also the rest of Elevate. But yeah, heading towards this hard point, we are waiting to see which kind of Visual Scary are we going to see.
That's true. I mean, their hard point was pretty good yesterday, and now it was a bit less. Let's see. Here we go. Game number 4. Elevate, VIZUALZ PH. Take off hard point. And you see the opening kills. 3 go to the side of Elevate. They get some time already, and the reset for the sponsor, VIZUALZ PH. Trying to push through here. Chroma going to be in that corner. But PJ able to at least get some damage there. So Sano, nice shots from the Bell. Now you see them pressuring this hill, getting all the time that they need. So Sano stunned, it didn't matter. Finally gets shut down by Pickle. But a good start for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, good start indeed for the side of Elevate. Now Visual PH, they need to fight for scrap
Okay.
time. And Pickle, a quick 3K, would push out the members of Elevate. And he is still not done. Pickle doing a lot of damage now on a 5-kill streak. This man, wow, he is showing up and showing out in this map, but would get taken down now by the side of Elevate. Visual PH getting scrap time. I mean, Elevate not having that huge of a lead already. We are still at neck and neck at it.
I mean, it's just an opening hill here. I mean, it's a solid hill for Elevate here. They didn't get a lot of time. I mean, at least, 19 to 11 at least. That's the only time that they're giving here now. Moving towards to P2 here. Pickle closing up on that claw. Does have a hunter kill drone if he wants to use it. Halo going to be the first one to stay on the hill. Needs help from his teammates. Susano, Yopi, they clear it out. Last 2 players in front of him. And Halo cleans it up.
Yep, Halo cleans house, but Mamra, finding some good answers there. Visual PH still fighting for this hill as Chroma would make sure that they get some more points as Elevate will be forced to have a restart. Kendi from the back end could have had the perfect timing and perfect angle, but would not land the shots. Trying to retake once again, but Rex would be there to challenge Kendi. He wins that one out. Pickle now out with a claw. And Visual PH, they got time off of that, but PJ would just lay waste on that claw as Elevate now pushing forward and getting the remaining time here of this P2.
Yep, the remaining time of the speed 2. You still see them fighting for Halo. Clear him out, and now they're gonna force the side of VIZUALZ PH to rotate to P3. Mamrado able to get one more. It's gonna be one player to beat there in P2, but you look at P3. Look who's already there. You already have Sebio from the top. Nice anchor spot from him. Just power positioning on it, but Susano gets that trade. Kendi does have that War Machine. It'd be deadly. Here comes the push. Mamrad's a big kill on him. He is going to get pushed up by Chroma, but the War Machine's out. But Pickle just sprays it and gets 2 there to clear out that second floor. And Visual PH now, operators out for them. Equalizer, as well as the War Machine out. PJ gets to trade on him, and now Visual's getting some time on this P3.
Yeah, a lot of time has been gathered there by the side of Visual PH, and now no more operator skill on both ends. They still got 1, but just how much will that impact this game? It's going to be pure gunfight from this point. Rex trying to follow Susano, and he would take down, but Kalo still activated in this one. Equalizer now out for the side of Kalo, waiting patiently as he wants to hold the point, but the entrance coming in from the members of Visual PH would get denied as Kalo too deadly with this equalizer.
Too deadly with this equalizer. 5 seconds left as we hit the rotation button, and once again, Visual PH gonna be able to go to that P4 already. Pickle trying to get them over at this red side, and he's gonna take down Kendi just to cut him off with the Predator Missile, able to get some information. And now Elevate, they're gonna spawn from the side of P4. You see Susano from the top try to spray down with a claw. Unfortunately, will not be getting anyone. Finally, he's gonna get tagged up. Susano takes down Mamra. There's another player. The reach out from Susano. Trying his will his team back here, and they're able to get that time. 70 to 60 now. But more and more again, you see the pressure from Visual PH. They are not going down without a fight.
Yeah, they are not going down without a fight. Indeed, they are still managing to, keep this fight close. But just how long can they maintain it? Pickle would get taken down here by PJ, having total good control of that point. But Rex would be there to save the day. fights left and right. Yopi versus Pickle. It's going to be Yopi that comes out on top. Candy as well would find one. And here comes Elevate, extending their lead. Now VIZUALZ PH, they need to find an answer because the deficit and the lead is growing slowly but surely.
Slowly but sure, you are right. Now back to P1. Rex with a nice 2-piece there. Able to get some kills there. 91 to 67 we go. Back to P1. And now Pickle with a claw in hand. Trying to cut off where he had that 5 spree. And unfortunately, Susano read the play there. PJ brings out his own Tempest. Gets one with it. Now just applying pressure here. This is how you want to use that operator. Just get some angles for the teammates. PJ, he's going to get shut down as well. Bit of a poor usage there after the first shot there. And now VIZUALZ PH able to clear everything and get some points off this. So a solid break there from them on a hill that's usually very, very difficult to get hill points.
Yep, it's a very, very solid break coming in from them. And now Chroma just trying to clean up house, you know, preventing members of Elevate from reaching that point. Finding 2 with an equalizer would be Chroma. Looking for Susano, he would be successful. Kendi would be the next victim, but Kendi says no as Kendi finds 2 of his own. Now Elevate. They find the break once again. VIZUALZ PH were not ready to hold on to that point. But, you know, the lead now for side of Elevate, still not that huge. It's only about 10 points at this point. It's still anybody's game from here on out.
Anybody's game here, correct. Chroma from the back. That's a big kill by Yopi. Shuts him down. Now back to P2 we go. Kendi from downtown trying to get some kills, but it doesn't matter because Susano able to clean up with PJ there. More players coming through there. They're going to let them spawn all the way back in P2. But you see Susano, claw in hand if he wants to use it. Brings it out. Here comes the rundown. Sprays it down. That's 2 kills for him. Now they're all going to spawn in C side, and Susano knows that. Gets some hit markers from it. Now for the side of VIZUALZ PH, they got to push through from scaffolding. More players coming through. Susano still able to use that claw to his advantage. So again, a great map control for the side of Elevate.
Yep, this P2 is where Elevate is just extending their lead currently. Susano having the Predator at the ready, almost getting that EMP, but would get shut down here. Still Elevate in just a blink of an eye. It was like 10 points of a difference, now up to 50. And Elevate finding their stride into this hard point, but Rex still at the ready, waiting for Kendi. He finds him, and that is for sure to slow down the pursuit here of the side of Elevate. Rex just trying his best to hold off members, but PJ finally takes him down, still having the Tempest at the ready, waiting for a perfect opportunity to pop it. Slow now with the equalizer, just taking down members at the ready to find the fight up against Sebio, but Sebio would not spot him out just yet. But here comes Klo now with the Equa once again as Pickle trying to run away, and that is going to be Elevate taking control of this hill.
In control, Sparrow out for Yopi now. Good for Wood as well. Predator Missile gets information for them. And now, Elevate slowly gaining a huge lead here. 168 to 102. And now for the side of VIZUALZ PH. They've been struggling so far here. But finally, as soon as I say that, another break by them. 15 seconds left here. PJ with the predictable pre-fire. Beautiful from him there. 178 to 103. 10 seconds left here. Elevate should be able to close it out in P4. We're gonna get more time here. PJ, nice shots from him. 5 in a row. Man is on a burner so far. And a bloodthirsty. He knows Rex is coming up. That's gonna be 6 for him. 190 to 103, and he is just a man on a mission here. Not the best shots, was able to make him one shot at least. So 192 to 103. Elevate running away with this P4.
And wow, Elevate just running away with it. Now they have the advantage. Now they have all of the momentum that they could ever have. Sparrow also would be popped here in this point as Yopi just ready for whoever comes in. And whoever challenges him must fall as Chroma and Mamra would fall down in the hands of Kendi as Pickle would find some trade here. But it's going to be a hard and a tough nut to crack as Elevate just holding on to this point. Susano having the EMP, Predator, everything at his disposal just being thrown out of VIZUALZ PH. They are struggling and they are trying to find a way, but there is just no way that they break into this hill as Elevate is just staring through VIZUALZ PH at this point.
I mean, it's 7 points to go. Equalizer Afric Halo gets 1, gets 2. About to get more here. 7 points to go. This game and done and dusted. Perfect hold for VIZUALZ PH if they want to make the comeback. But for now, Mamra is trying his best here. Sebio brings out the death machine just to hold it down, but 3 more points to go. They finally hold the hill for now, but at this point, you gotta win every single gunfight that you have. Just like that, the push is gonna come through. There's gonna be a Tempest coming through, a Hunter Killer Drill to shut them down. And now another player to beat there. Kalo trying to end the game now, trying to ice the game. 2 more points, and that's gonna be all she wrote. Elevate takes it 250 to 111. They take the series 3-1.
And man, oh man, Elevate was just so ready for that. As Elevate, you know, it was the same story as the first hard point, on this time in a different map. We see VIZUALZ PH getting close, but when it comes to the reset of the points, it was just all of the Elevate show that was running, and that would be it for the series 3-1 as Elevate closes it out on hardpoint.
Closing out on hardpoint. Congratulations to them. Their S&D needs a lot of work. I'm pretty sure Coach Olea is scratching his head at the moment. They were getting outplayed there, but doesn't matter. The respawns, you know, the respawn is still fine. There's nothing wrong with the respawn. Now you gotta, you know, watch the film, take a look at the search and destroy. But if you're VIZUALZ PH, yes, you at least got a map, but still no series victory for them.
Yep. I mean, it was still a good sign coming in for VIZUALZ PH, taking off the S&D up against Elevate. At least that's a point against a top team. And yeah, we've seen glimpses of their capabilities when it comes to the spawns game. I mean, their control was very, very lackluster, but I think they just have to improve on that mid to late game when it comes to these spawn games, because they seem to be running out of fuel once it reaches that point.
I mean, I think they had their strategy. You know, it was already good. I see the strategy that they're trying to do, but unfortunately, Elevate's just on a different level, and especially, you know, you're letting PJ Susano go on streaks here. You know, just feeding them pretty much. It just didn't work. I mean, like this. Sebio had a death machine. You need a blocker there. You need someone to bait for you in order to get most of that death machine. You're not gonna be able to kill everyone. I mean, unless you're in a good position. But at the same time, having a lead blocker, having a bait for you, since you have an operator skill, would be very, very vital here. Take a look at the last moment series. Kalo shuts it down. 45 for him. Could be our MVP, and will be not our MVP. It will be OP at 42 and 1.20.
Wow, 42 eliminations from this man. He was just fearless from all of those gunfights. I mean, yeah, it was a lot of chaos in this map for the side of Elevate and VIZUALZ PH, but ultimately in the end, it was Elevate that got the better result as they end up this matchup with a 3-1. So additional points once again for Elevate. Looking good for them here. And yeah, here is your post-map results. We can see that Yopi having 42 and 34. And you have Susano with 46 and 29. Wow, so a lot of members, almost all of the members from Elevate, you know, securing that 40 kill mark. While you got here VIZUALZ SKAERI. You got Rex underperforming in this map with 22 frags. And Mumra showing up from, you know, the lackluster first series that he had, now having 40 in this map. But still, Elevate would get the better of the things here as they will win out this series.
They will win out this series. They improve their record. Take a look at the final series maps and modes here. It should have been a 3-0, but obviously they got outplayed in the search and destroy, so props to VIZUALZ SKAERI, but the hardpoint and control not even close for the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI's and Elevate. They take it 3-1 here, didn't even have to go to a game number 5.
Yep. You know, Elevate just prevented a possibility of a full game series between them and VIZUALZ PH, and they would be your series winner. Once again, congratulations Elevate for a very, very commanding and very dominating series.
Actually, it's just them, and now they can relax now, look at their mistakes in the search and destroy, and move on tomorrow for another day of the group stage. They have done their day, so congrats to them as well. For VIZUALZ PH, a long list of things to do, to take a look. And our series MVP is going to be Kalo, 119 average eliminations and average KD of 1.78.
Imagine 119 eliminations within all of the games here in the series. This man has been a monster ever since the first hard point. You know, he was there as well on the S&D and Control. Yeah, Kalo basically stepped up here in this entire series and a very deserving series MVP for this man.
Congratulations again to the side of Elevate, and tomorrow they're gonna have a grudge match up against rival Esports, so it'll be a great series for them tomorrow. And now let's take a look at the standings, and they improve. Actually, they're tied at 1 and 2 with ALUla. Rival Esports gets the third, FREESLOT gets the fourth, and then everybody does follow. And VIZUALZ, they move all the way down to the 6th and 7th slot, tied with ASAP.
Yeah, still a lot of games here to be played for the side of VIZUALZ. I mean, still they have to play against ALUla and rival Esports, but I think they still got a very good shot to finally find that top 4 slot. But, you know, there's still a lot of things that can happen here, basically. But we are seeing the power standings, the group stage standings, and this top 3 teams has just been very much consistent.
That's true. Very, very consistent, and this is what we needed to see in the first top 3 on ALUla, Elevate, Rival. That's the top 3 we're looking at, and for the 4th slot, that's definitely what we're looking for. FREESLOT or VIZUALZ or Visual Indonesia. So those are the teams that we're looking at, and then for Change World, obviously, maybe they set up something as well as ASAP. But other than that, first series done and dusted. A bit longer than we expected. We expected a 3-0, not a 3-1, but obviously things happen in the group stage, you know. And if you're Elevate, it's good to lose now rather than losing in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's very much, yeah. It's just it. You know, you'd rather lose here in the group stages, you know, have that seeding quite a bit complicated. But when it comes to the playoffs, all that matters is that you're ready and you are in the playoffs. So those basically are just the 2 things that matters. So yeah, still for those teams that are currently in 4th to 8th slot, I think they are very much fighting for that final slot. I'm not saying that it's very locked and loaded that it's going to be ALUla, Elevate, and rival Esports that are going to get the top 3, but I think that it's going to be very much possible, especially with the type of performance that they are currently showing. So there's still a lot of matches that we have to see, a lot more that we have in store for you guys. And yeah, I think in this one, I'm just excited for the next matchup because it's going to be rival Esports against VIZUALZ Esports.
So, you know, the 3rd best team in Garena. At the same time, you already have the #1 team from Indonesia, VIZUALZ. They're having 2 chances at stage 5. So you have 2 teams here. So hopefully they, and this was a team that you know, consists a lot of veterans, players that have been already in stage 5 as well. That's been in the scene for the longest time. You know, like Fran and Me6, all these players. So they have a pretty good squad. So obviously it's going to be a close game here for both of these teams. That's going to be for our 2nd series. But you know, it's only not, we have 4 series for you today. So a lot more in store for today. So please stay tuned as we are about to, you know, to take a short break, but not yet. No, we're just still talking about it, just getting ready on what we're going to do here. But other than that, I mean, you know, if you're VIZUALZ Esports, you got to avenge your brothers to get some wins here under your belt. You're the pride of Indonesia, still here and still kicking. I mean, they've been in the scene for the longest time, like Clove. You know, one of the best, probably the best Indonesian player ever. So, you know, there's a lot more, man. We're going to talk about this more when we come back. This is the Call of Duty Mobile World Champion 2026 Garena Qualifier. We'll be right back after this break.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again for Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 Garena Qualifier. We are your casters once again. It's SKAERI together with Boss Jericho. And we are now on to our second series of the day. It's going to be Rival Esports versus VIZUALZ Esports.
Well, both of these teams looking for more, and for Rival Esports trying to get away from the pack, trying to tie up at least the first and second slot as well. And for VIZUALZ Esports trying to get a win under their belt as well. Two veteran teams fighting it out. A lot of history for individually for these players, and now we're gonna see them face on different places but the same faces. So that's gonna be the interesting matchup here coming into this second series of the day.
Yep, the second series of the day, delivering just as much action from the first one. And, there's a lot to be expected for Rival Esports at this point. I mean, yes, they got their stride from yesterday, but now facing up against VIZUALZ Esports could be a different challenge up ahead them. And yeah, the question here would be, will Rival Esports still maintain their composure, their form that we've seen them when they played up against Change World from yesterday? That is something that we have to look out for in this series.
That's true. I mean, by the way they're playing, they're already on playoffs form, and now, we're still early into the group stage, so still a long way to find if you're on the team of a Rival Esports. But anyways, you're having a great time already here. Just have to keep on continuing it for VIZUALZ Esports. Not the best of times, but I think they'll be able to pull off a victory here and there. And I mean, they're fighting to get to that fourth slot, because the third slot, it's pretty much secured for our top three teams. I can confidently say that ALUla, Elevate, and Rival would be the top three. So, battle for fourth. I know it's kind of weird saying that it's only day 3, but that's how I believe, and that's how I believe the predictions would go through.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to argue against that one. I mean, we sure would love to be optimistic and possibly think that, there could be a new top 4, or like one of those big 3 teams would not make it to the playoffs. But it's just hard to go up against these teams, as here is your group stage standings. As we said, it's ALUla, Elevate, and Rival Esports in your top 3 slots, followed by FREESLOT on number 4, VIZUALZ Esports on number 5, As Soon As Possible on number 6, VIZUALZ SKAERI on number 7, and Change World on number 8.
There you go. So again, VIZUALZ, they have 1 series win. They only have 1 map loss for Rivals. 1 series loss, 1 series win. So this is pretty huge for both of these teams to try to, get some distance, get some wins under their belt here. Because, there's going to be 2 matches that they're going up against Elevate, ALUla. Let's take a look at the maps and modes: Summit, Slums, Crossroad, Arsenal, and Tunisia. I guess we need to go to a game number 5.
Yeah, all of these maps are very much action-packed. I mean, from the first 3 maps, Summit, Slums, and Crossroad, we are for sure to have a treat in this one, especially Summit. It's very much known for a lot of gunfights, basically. And Rival Esports, we've seen them yesterday with their new strategy, the English communications, of course, from Rival Esports. So that could be the upgrade that we are looking at now for Rival.
Could be, should be. We don't know. I mean, especially Tin there speaking in English. I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting. But, the other team, Al, Zen, Fran, Me6, and Tricksters, these guys are no pushovers. They know what is at hand. They know what they need to do. So here we go. We're about to load into game number 1. Summit Hardpoint once again here in this matchup. Game number 1. VIZUALZ Indonesia versus Rival Esports. It's going to be Summit. It's going to be Summit in Hardpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be Summit, folks. And now let us start the action, as Rival Esports once again would be the first one to take a P1, as Zen together with VIZUALZ Indonesia trying to push forward. But Jibby once again just holding down that second floor, and they are on a audition. But Al finally finds an answer, as VIZUALZ Indonesia finding a great break here, as Al still on a tear with that HS. Look at that.
That's going to be an HS play for him. He's going to be able to get one more, but 10 there answers back. So Rival Esports, solid start for them, but now VIZUALZ, they're getting the kills that they need, so that's some good time for them. They have the positioning there, but AG gets 2 there. Nice kills coming through from him. Al with the shotgun, does he need to get one? Switches to the BAL, gets a kill there. Shotgun will not hit. He knows there's going to be players there as well, but finally Jibby and AG, the brother duo, clearing them out, and as we move towards 2P number 2.
Now P2, there's still one player coming in from VIZUALZ Indonesia, and I think they will get the good spawn of this one, as Rival Esports would need to push out. Gunfights once again everywhere around the map. We can see the rotations now coming in from Rival Esports, planning to take down whoever is holding down the line for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. Now Sparrow available for Fran, but he would get taken down instead. I think there is going to be a refund onto that operator skill, but still, it's a waste of an operator as Rival Esports now settled into the point.
Triple kill by AG, War Machine at the ready, almost gets that 4th kill, but the nade will clean him up. Tin at the bottom gets one, spots the second, Rechal, stuns it, smokes it, and Yato with the Tempest in hand already. This is a solid hold for the side of VIZUALZ PH. Yato though, not able to get that kill, not even getting one with the Tempest to try to get it out of his hand there. 50 to 24 we go, Zen gets cleared out. The last player to be on the 2nd floor, Trickster trying to get some kills there, and VIZUALZ at least get some 7 seconds there, and now we see the P3 rotation. VIZUALZ already at the back there. You see Zen with that Tempest. They clear it out, and they get control of P3.
Yeah, P3 now a very, very big focal point in this matchup, but VIZUALZ Indonesia having that Tempest at the ready at the entrance could be very deadly, but Tin just shuts him down with HS. Now War Machine coming in from Trickster, just holding down the front line where Rival Esports, they need to reset, they need to find as to how they want to break into the point. They still got 3 operator skills at the ready. Claw now would be invested for side of VIZUALZ Indonesia, and now Rival Esports still trying to find that break, would finally get it this time around.
Up and AG though, nice kills with that War Machine. Jimmy with a claw as well, but Meeseeks cuts down AG there. They hold down P3, so it's a solid break for a Rival. Good 20 seconds coming through here now. Jibby from the front. He should be the one to defend that front side with that claws. It could be players trying to sneak in from the back though. Gonna be only out good for 1, but it doesn't matter. Now it's gonna be a rotation towards P4. You see them chill fighting for it. They're trying to let them go through. Jibby with a nice 2K there. Working towards that prayer missile, but now VIZUALZ Esports in P4 set up and ready.
Yeah, it has been, you know, the recurring thing for side of VIZUALZ Indonesia is that they're getting the spawns, they're getting the setups, but once again, Rival Esports just finding every answer to whatever it is that they are cooking up. And now, look at the break. Jibby would find that fight. Owl would be taken down, and Tin would be catastrophic as Trickster finally finds the trade, but still, it's going to be Rival Esports winning that exchange.
Gonna be winning that exchange. Josh from the back has a death machine to work with. They still have one more. Tin did use that equalizer, and Josh is ready for this. Beautiful heads-up play there. It's gonna be another play right behind him. Unfortunately, the refund on that death machine would be there. 102 to 66. So, and if you're Rival, I mean, they're losing some of the key gunfights, but they're still getting so much points inside the hill. As Yato on a 5-kill spree. Tempest at the ready, working towards that EMP. Just a man looking for all the angles. And gonna get that last 5 seconds there. Now hit the rotation. Back to P1 we go.
And just like that, the lead is now ballooned up for the side of Rival Esports. P1 has been their strong suit. Let's see as to how will they manage it this time around. Now Owl has been a big problem with that HS. Been showing up, showing out. But we need more coming in from VIZUALZ Indonesia because Rival Esports, they're getting what they want, and it's not a good sign at all for side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. Now Tin waiting with the equalizer at hand. Would get dated out! And that is going to be a big shutdown for side of VIZUALZ Indonesia, but AG just quick with the trade. Now Rival Esports just holding on, and they are holding on perfectly on to this point.
Yep, 140 to 66 we go. So far, solid for the side of Rival. Yato on another 4 spree here for him. Now AJ brings out the War Machine. Good for 1 more. Gets the second one as well. And a solid hold for the side of Rival Esports. Just getting much more time on this P1. And now Predator Missile, Hunter Killer Drone if he wants to use it. 10 seconds left. This first hill has been perfect so far for the side of Rival Esports.
Yeah, we've seen glimpses of their performance from day number 1 from their first series, and actually Rival Esports, they are just maintaining that kind of gameplay, and it's translating very well up against VIZUALZ Indonesia. And now Owl would try to contest, but Jibby with the claw would just be too deadly for the side of VIZUALZ.
That's going to be another spree for him. There's only one more player to beat at that anchor spot. That's going to be Tricksters, but I mean, at this point, you need to be hopping on it. Almost gets turned on by the claw. Good for one, though. My goodness, Jibby was ready for that one. 184 to 66. 30 seconds left here. I mean, the pressure the rival is just putting is to levels of elevated ALUla. You saw them how they're playing that hard point. They're winning all their duels there. 20 seconds left. Rival Esports now about to reach a 200-point mark, and VIZUALZ Indonesia has no answers.
Yeah, quite literally no answers for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. But if you're going to look at things now, Rival Esports, they are positioning themselves potentially for the next point and find the end there, potentially as Yato with the Tempest, just cutting every member that could try and find that spawn point. Now, Rival Esports can play this to perfection and end it in this P3.
True, they can definitely end it here in this P3 if they want to. Here we go, War Machine by Tricksters looking for it, but Rival, they're trying to close it out. But remember, VIZUALZ Indonesia, they still have that War Machine just trying to be a nuisance there, but unfortunately, it's not going to be able to break. There are 5 seconds left here for our team console. We can be able to hear them, but finally, VIZUALZ able to break it, but the spawn still inside of Rival. Let's take a listen to the comms.
The Trickster, pre. Ay, likod pa, pre. Likod na, likod. Likod.
Okay, tulong na kaya to. Natulong na kaya.
Ilong.
Ay.
Patay likod, pre.
Nawara.
Wala likod.
Boy, kiri dah.
Baba dito. Pinto. Kanan. Ay, kiri.
Baba ka, tigil. 3 point na. Dapat pa na ba?
There you have it. Some comms check for ODD teams. 224 to 96. VIZUALZ Esports at least will reach a 100-point mark. They're not going to be in the 100-point club, but they're still far away from it. A 124-point lead for the side of Rivals. And now you see Tin on the snow side. It's going to be the first line of defense here for them. But he has help from Yato as well. This could be the finishes touches. The final push for the side of VIZUALZ. Tin gets one. He's going to get traded out. And now Tricksters can breed for now. Nice kills from him. But you see Yato with that Tempest. The final blow could happen any moment. AG with a triple kill as well. Yato not going to be able to hit those shots, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, teammates are 238. The claw from Jibby spots another one in front of him as well. 12 more points to go. And Rival Esports looking at the finish line. Josh, AG gets the trades. 5 more points. Ow! Still alive there. Trying to bait for his team. Gets 2 more kills there. It doesn't matter. That's the final push. That should be the nail in the coffin. Yes, you have spawns in the back, but it doesn't matter. It's done and dusted. Rival Esports, 250 to 105. They take game number 1.
Still, it is Rival Esports with their unmatched dominance in that map. And looking at that end side of things, I mean, VIZUALZ Indonesia, they had the energy, they had the commitment, but it's just not enough for Rival Esports. As Rival Esports, once again, take another dub on Summit Hard Point. Yeah, you know, there was just a lot of things that we can talk about here for Rival Esports. They are quite literally playing their best Call of Duty Mobile in this Garena Qualifiers. Just showing up here in the group stages. We've seen them, you know, have a rough start to the group stages, but they're, you know, 2 games now that we are currently seeing, this one and being the one yesterday as well. They were just on point. And looking at the game highlights, we're going to notice, you know, it was close to a point, but not until the members of Rival Esports just started going ham on this map.
That's true. I mean, the highlights here, it was pretty close in the first 4, and then right after when Yato popped off, got a 5 spree. Tempest is that the second set on that P1 was just amazing for Rival. They pretty much got, what, 45 to 50 points there, and they just kept on going and going. And then they only struggled in P3, but other than that, they closed it out in P4.
You know, it was just the control there coming in from the side of Rival Esports. But the biggest question that I have is, how does VIZUALZ Indonesia keep on letting up the good positions that they have? Is it just a matter of firepower? Is it just a matter of rotations? Because it always appears and it always seems like they are always one step ahead of Rival Esports, not until when Rival Esports starts shooting back.
That's true. Take a look at our MVP. It is going to be the Wonder Boy, AG. 43 kills and 1.87 KD Hey, congratulations to him. Now they're up 1-0 in the series.
Being up 1-0 and in that fashion must feel good here for the side of Rival Esports. The momentum still going strong. And AG with that match, he has just been the wonder boy here for the side of Rival Esports, just doing wonders for this team. I think he is possibly in the same boat as well as Lucazin as to where he takes a lot of MVPs for this team, you know, being the highlight and key player. But still, you know, everybody on Rival Esports did their job, but AG would be the one that is going to get highlighted in this as he gets 43 and 23. And, you know, Jibby as well had a very fantastic game with 45 and 20.
45 and 20, I mean, what you want to see, the duo, the brothers AG and Jibby, making it look easy there in this hard point. Now moving on to Search and Destroy. Now we're going to see a slow pace, and we know how deadly Rival is in SND as they also have defeated Elevate in GM11. I know a lot of fans have probably heard that numerous times, but we always have to bring it back because that is the truth and those are the facts. But now moving on to Slums SND, we're going to go into, this is a 50-50 map, meaning it's either going to be all about rushes or it's all about picks. And now we're really going to see that 2-minute timer being used until at least the last 30 seconds.
Yep. Also, another background here for the side of Rival Esports playing Slums in SND is that they beat out potentially the strongest team here in the tournament, which is ALUla in this specific map. So, Rival Esports, a problem in this SND mode. Will VIZUALZ Esports find an answer as to what Rival Esports is about to bring?
Here we go. Game number 2 about to start here. Search and Destroy. Slums, game 2, Visual, Rival. Here we go.
Yeah, it's going to be your standard openings with Josh just trying to find pickoffs. It's a battle of snipers, left and right for VIZUALZ and Rival. But Tin actually being a bit aggressive here with the HS. Just at the ready, and I think they have to be very careful with that bomb plant as they can get, spammed out, but no tags just yet. Bomb is now successfully down by the side of Rival Esports, and Josh just taking off the head of Fran there.
By Josh, Zen able to get one more, Me6 as well. Jibby gets a trade. Jibby gets another one, and then 10 takes down Zen. First round goes to the side of Rival there. What a nice round for them. It was good trades as well. It's a quick retake for Visual, but Jibby was there for the prowl. Was able to get that kill.
Yeah, he was left unchecked there by VIZUALZ Indonesia. And now, round number 2 starts. It's going to be a constant battle of Me6 and Josh just giving the team possibly the opportunity to find a pickoff. And right now, it's going to be another free plant here for the side of Rival Esports and VIZUALZ. They are just letting the plant happen for the side of Rival Esports, and now they have to play on the front foot. They have to be aggressive, but the problem is numbers disadvantage already for them as Trickster is already down.
Josh with a nice kill onto Fran. AG gets 2 more. 10 gets to kill Me6, and just like that, round 2 done and dusted. As we move on here, like I said, rounds are going to be moving fast here in Slums, especially on the offensive side as they dictate the pace here. If you're Rivals, you want to try to contest that, push through towards that fountain side and just go fight mano y mano in Search and Destroy. Here we go. Nades are flying out once again. Josh in the middle looking for that first peek. Unfortunately, Rivals, VIZUALZ, they want to back up in that nice wallbang from Tixers. That's the one. You slow down the pace a bit, but the bomb is going to get planted once more. But never mind. The wallbang by Me6. There you go. That's a start now for you. You get 2 down. Bomb is down as well. You have the advantage. You got to slowly fight your way out of here.
Yeah, quite literally. And was that a wallbang? Because it didn't indicate in the kill feed that it was a wallbang. But anyways, positioning is very much important here for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. Yato could try and test Fran here, but there's still a lot of backup, and he needs to be very careful with this one as Al. Just slowly but surely going inside of this one. Bomb is now down, still winnable for the side here.
Wait a minute.
Yato and AG just making and doing a lot of problems for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia.
Oh, Yato with a move!
One. It's a 1v1
now.
Tricksters. Who takes it? Who wants it? Yato versus Trickster. Pulls out the PKM. Yato just dancing around this man. Just wasting time. Finding the positions. He is just dancing on him. But Trickster makes sure to close out the round.
Oh my god, Yato with the reverse jutsu there towards that bomb site. He was able to get one, but Trickster was ready for that fight. I think Yato would have just chowed that, who would have gotten that round, but finally, a round under the side of VIZUALZ. Took them a while, but finally, they got there in their stride. Now moving on to the next round, here we go. Round
they need to do,
number.
you know, they just need to do more of those. You know, the wall bangs, working out fantastic, but oh no, Jibby just finding two right off the bat. That is brutal. And two man would be concussed as Jibby doesn't let them
That's
away.
One
And
more
he
for
is
the
just
ace.
looking for Me6, and he will fall into the hands of Jibby.
Jibby
What
with
a
the
round.
ace. What a round for Jibby there. A nade, a stun, an easy kill, and a wraparound. And a wave at the end there for the ace for rivals Jibby here. And that was such a fast round there. Now, moving on to the next round here. Do we see the exact same thing? And I mean, Jibby is just running the same route over and over again. And this is just another round for rivals. Look at that, 2 down already. Trickster does get 1, but it doesn't matter. Yato with the trade. They touch down Trickster's. Last player is Me6. He does get 1. That's a nice shot by him, but 3 more to beat.
Yeah, finally Jibby was taken down, but the pursuit of rival esports were just non-stop. Now, Me6 with the logos at hand. 30 seconds left on the clock. It is almost close to impossible to win this round, as the members of rival esports just waiting patiently, waiting for the exact opportunity to strike. He finds one. Me6 finds Yato, but AG is quick.
I don't know if you saw him there, or maybe his FOV was just not to the maximum, because AG was literally right in front of him. And I think Garena, for a prod, that should have been a clip there for our viewers over at the social media platforms. But 41 so far, rival esports leading the way here into the search and destroy, as they're applying so much pressure once more. But they see the utility being checked here by the side of the VIZUALZ. They're not letting them plant the bomb just yet. That should be the last nade. It does tag up Tin and Josh, but gonna back away, just regenerate once more, and Me6 is ready for that wallbang.
That wallbang has been very much deadly for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. You know, they hear him firing off the first shot. Josh just waiting for showdown, this duel, but he would get taken out instead by Me6. Now, numbers advantage onto the side here of VIZUALZ Indonesia. No tags onto the planter means that rival esports would play a defense with a 4-man formation.
Man formation, they're gonna try to retake it fast. Tin is gonna be the first one there, but AG from the top fountain. AG and Jibby, the duo, making it look easy. Trickster is gonna be on blue, last alive. He gets shut down by Jibby as well. 5-1 in the search and destroy.
Wow, just take a look at that. Now, this is the rival esports that we've seen from this map specifically, and they are just doing everything right. The VIZUALZ Indonesia, they just don't have any answer to the pursuit of rival esports. That's exactly it. Just look at it. They're going to throw out smokes, they're going to push out, and then the site is just taken. Just like that. Space taken now for the side of rival esports, but 2 nades. Whoa, hold on, folks, as Owl finds Yato as well. I think I may have spoken a little bit too early for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia, as they claim their second round.
They switched up their rotations there. They were a bit more aggressive there, able to get the angles that they knew and counted the timings there. So that was lovely for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. Now moving on to the next round here. Here we go.
This next round, will VIZUALZ Indonesia find another round onto their belt? Because they are doing, you know, the exact same thing. Try to play aggressive, but you don't beat rival esports at their own game, as there is 2 casualties already for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. And rival esports, they would just be flooding this B site.
Look at Me6. He's going to be in the smoke, trying to be sneaky. Doesn't matter. It is a 4 versus 2. You see Tin push up. It's all up to Fran in a 1 versus 4. He's good for 1. Gets away with his life. Bomb is down, though. He has the perfect position to work with here. He spots AG. They get tagged up. Now it's just a ring around the rosy here for him. I like this triple stack for the side of Rival. I think Fran might get the best time, but unfortunately, they already got in. Yato, he's gonna spot one, but no. Fran goes down, and now 6-2 before we switch sides here. And solid offensive side for the side. Offensive side for Rival Esports here. Now we're gonna switch sides here, defense and offense. Let's see what both of these teams can do.
Yeah. And we've seen a lot of damage coming in from Rival Esports, especially on that matchup against ALUla on their defense. And I think this play right here is something that VIZUALZ Indonesia must look out for. Because Tin is just waiting patiently with that HS at hand. Who knows who will go down in that one. Right now, still no information would be gathered. Trickster's trying to find one, but Jibby and Tin get to each of their own. And now VIZUALZ Indonesia kind of startled as to what happened. Zen with the Switchblade up against two people. Will he peek out? Will he jump out? And here comes the slide out coming in from Jibby and takes out Zen just like that.
And that was just beautiful plays there. That's just communication at its finest. Tin went in, gets one, then Jibby comes out. He doesn't expect that the enemy's full health. So, I mean, basic plays there coming through from Rival, but it worked out for them. Now it's a 4 versus 2. Jimmy shuts down Fran. It's all up to Meeseeks at the back. And Josh shuts him down. And now Rival Esports, one more round for match point. 2 more to take game number 2.
Yeah, just 2 more rounds now for the side of Rival Esports. And man, oh man, they are on a roll. And once they are on a roll, they are very much hard to stop. Now, next round would be starting off. They are not even slowing down the pace at all. Rival Esports just continues to push forward, but Al finally finds, the shutdown onto Tin. Jibby just waiting patiently with the Switchblade in hand. Now the patience comes in from the side of Rival Esports.
Hey, for VIZUALZ, you already got that one pick. Or do you want to work with this? How do you want to work with this now? Josh is trying to hit some wall bangs here. Unfortunately, will not hit anything. Gato is spraying down blue side, but Tricksters outsprays the PKM on that end, and now they have the man advantage. This should be an execution any moment now. Here comes the push, though. Fran gets 2 huge kills there. It's all up to Josh in a 1 versus 5. Can he be able to get the ace and the clutch? But the answer is no. Flawless round for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia.
Signs of life for the side here of VIZUALZ. They need more of those. They need 4, to be exact, to tie things up. But it's going to be a very big challenge, and they must take it one step at a time. Rival Esports once again opens things up very hot, throwing out so many utilities, just positioning themselves up for potential fights, while VIZUALZ Indonesia taking their time.
Here we go. They repositioned Yato in the middle. Now you see the 4 blue dots. I mean, middle is wide open for Graveyard. No one's even having an eye on that. Finally, put some players on that. That was scary for a moment there. EMP. Be able to check anybody. The answer will be no. Yato. Let's try to find something here. 1 minute and 15. VIZUALZ not even moving an inch here. Start finding Fran. Is gonna get some hit markers. Both players tagged up. But it doesn't matter. A minute now. See them. They're trying to go for it. Number 2, Zen. He's thinking about pushing through here. No information that's proper yet for them. They need to make a decision now after VIZUALZ.
Yeah, certainly. But I think they are just waiting for potential rotates. They want someone to possibly react to what they are currently doing. But Rival Esports just holding on, They are just not letting up. Tricksters, it's going to be a very tough challenge for you to peek that one out. But Yato finds one. Meeseeks as well, finding Teen. So now it's a 4 versus 4 situation where VIZUALZ Indonesia already preparing for a potential push.
That's true. Tricksters, though, it's a 2v2 actually. There's a play right behind him. Meeseeks is there. Jibby, he's going to be able to spot him as well. Aggression is key. He gets it 3-8 match point now for Rivals.
Man, oh man. Jibby has just been on fire here in this S&D map. just doing every single thing right, finding an ace, and now closing out rounds. Rival Esports now within 1 round away from securing their 2-0 lead in this series. Tricksters though finding a good spam through the smoke. Zen left on very low HP, and that was not spotted out by Jibby. As VIZUALZ Indonesia, even though they've got a good trade, still it falls into the hands of Zen up against Tin and Josh, but he himself will fall down. That is map number 2 done and dusted for Rival Esports and VIZUALZ Indonesia.
There you go. Rival Esports, they get the win there. Now they're up 2-0 in the series. One more to close it out. Moving on to Control, and we know how deadly they are in the respawns. We just saw what happened in the first game. Moving on to game number 3 here. Congratulations to Rival for that victory in that search and destroy.
Yeah, a very smooth S&D for Rival Esports. Completely showcased their prowess and their capabilities when it comes to playing those kinds of maps. Well, they were the number 2 team here in the Philippines as of recently, so it's very much expected of them to perform at this level.
It's true. Let's take a look at the highlights here. I mean, nice shots from Josh to start things off in round number 2. And you saw just solid plays from them. I mean, all throughout. Jibby with the ace as well. That's definitely going to be in the highlight reel. E6 with a nice shot here through the wall. And then, I mean, all the rounds were just very, very competitive, but it just came out on top for the side of Rival.
Yeah, exactly. They got their own rounds. They've got opportunities, but they were just not able to convert at all. And looking at this round, Jibby has had a lot of highlights in this matchup. So now we're going to look at things. Control now would be up next. It was a rough S&D. It was a rough HP. Yeah, it's not looking too good now for the side of VIZUALZ.
I mean, anything is possible. Yesterday we almost saw a reverse sweep, beginning of a reverse sweep from VIZUALZ SKAERI. So why not VIZUALZ? Why not VIZUALZ Indonesia? Why can't they do it? So that's going to be the question for this one. They're able to, answer back and fight back here in this matchup. But so far in the S&D, just didn't look competitive at all. I mean, it was a struggle from start to finish here. I mean, they didn't even need to look at themselves and be like, okay, let's just try to bounce back here, see what we can do. Because these players are very decorated. They've been into tournaments, they've won tournaments as well, but Rivals is just on another level. So I think that's the biggest thing they need to take a look at and just revamp, regroup, and see what they can do as the end of the highlights. And our MVP would be a Jibby with 19 and 3.17.
Imagine having 19 eliminations in an S&D that ended within 12 rounds while also having a KD of 3.17. Jibby was just doing everything perfectly in that S&D map. Finding that ace earlier on, that was just a treat to watch. Yeah, he was lights out basically in this game. Well, he is the reason that why Rival Esports is now up ahead 2-0 in this series. Just needs one more win. Just needs to win Control, and they finish things off 3-0.
True. There you go. 19-6. I mean, Jibby pretty much did all the hard work there. I mean, Yato and all the other crews, AG, Tin, and Josh, they were just there. And for the other end, I mean, Al, solid game 1, but just could not follow up in game number 2 here. So we're about to load up in game number 3 here to see what is going to happen. Do we see a game 4, just like what happened with Elevate and VIZUALZ, or do they close it out in Crossroads Strike Control, coming right up?
Yeah, Crossroad Control, very much known to be a very, very firepower team-oriented kind of map, because once you get the spawn, kind of like standoff in some points, because you just have to fight your way through this map. It's not a matter of you having a better tactical decisions or strategies. It's more of just how much can you shoot the other enemies in this map, as VIZUALZ Esports and Rival Esports could be reaching the climax or possibly the end of their series, as we are heading into the game of Control.
All right, here we go. Game number 3 about to start now. VIZUALZ versus Rivals. Again, they're down 0-2, and Jibby starts the thing off with a first blood there. 28-27, just early things, and now you see players just getting warmed up here, getting the kills that they need. And he is going to be able to shut down Fran. That is just unbelievable movement there by the man they called Tin. 27-24, VIZUALZ still leading in the life department so far at the early stages of the Control.
VIZUALZ Indonesia just hanging on, having the life lead here. Fran just fighting for that spawn trap, but Rival Esports always at the ready. Still, it's a very much of a close game that we have here. 20-20 now would be the score. It's still anybody's round, but Rival Esports starting to pick up the pace.
Picking up the pace, you are right. So now, take a look at it. 17-18. Machine pistol out for Me6, trying to wait for his teammates here. He's gonna get shut down by Jibby. Easy kills for the side of Rival. They're not throwing their lives away. They're just systematically shutting them down one by one here. 30-17 we go.
Yeah. Right now, it's still VIZUALZ Indonesia surprisingly keeping up with Rival Esports, but time is ticking. Time is running out. If we're going to look at Yato, he is going to have that 1v1 battle as to which he wins, of course. It's Yato at the end of the day, and VIZUALZ slipping away from the opportunity that it presented itself as Rival Esports now in the spawn and looking towards to end this round.
Yeah, they're just loading up on that operator to be able to use that on the next side here. 2-9. I mean, at this point, Rival just let that time flow. Me6 is just trying to get some practice going through, and they need to capture B here, and that's what they're going to do here. Just buying time for them to be able to get those operators and get the second round as fast as they can, but they need to take down Me6 as now they take the first round under their belt here. Now moving on to round number 2, you do see the comps on the left side. We're gonna take a listen into them for a while, before we swap side, before we swap each other teams. We'll give you a bit more time to take a listen to that kind of strategy. And we're about to take a listen into the communications of both of the teams.
Ay, satu aja.
Ala, one hit to, turunan. Mid.
Ay, ito black mo, Laos. Ito tower kan.
Sini po. Ay, satu di jembatan atas dia ya. Ada kanan jam.
Ada kan.
Yes. Jembatan dia satu.
Bakon ba?
SJ, bridge natin, type natin.
Teka na eh. Truck.
May warma ako, RP.
May truck hit mark ko ah. Start na ata.
Shotgun, 2-whip nila.
Midway, press. Patay midway.
Alright, there you go. You hear the communication from both sides. Just really stepping it up, really being able to get everything that they can. There's a nice shot there for Josh. 20-11 we go. Josh tried to hit a trick shot, was able to get the second one. Spots another one on the right side. Takes him down as well. Nice shots from Josh. 9-6 here. I mean, this is already done here. Yato with the Tempest. He's going to be able to get one more. Last 2 lives remaining. This round is already done. Last player alive is going to be Me6 once more. He does get one. He does get the second, but I mean, you could say, wow, all you want. 1 versus 15 is impossible in this day and age, as we can see Rivals match point now in the Control.
And Rival Esports just giving them the business right away in this Control map. I mean, we have seen a lot of Control games. We've seen a lot of landslides, and this is another iteration of it once again. As Zen and Fran, currently struggling with 2 and 4 kills this entire match. And right now, VIZUALZ Indonesia still struggling to win those gunfights, as Rival Esports is always at the ready, always waiting for them, and always finding those opportunities. As Zen could finally find something here. Stin would not land the shots coming in from that HS. And Zen as well would be stopped in his tracks. No funny business for you here, sir, as Jibby could be picking up Me6 there. But yeah, the VIZUALZ Indonesia now struggling. But France with Annihilator actually managing to find 4 members. Still not missing 1 shot. And after he did, he was taken down. Now VIZUALZ Indonesia losing a lot of members in the process after that good Annihilator play.
14 to 18 now. Nice shots from Josh. Quick turn on there. Able to get one. And now the death machine by Jibby. Pushing it through. Able to get two more. So a little bit more time there for him. He's going to get three more. Now the spawn trap. Able to just get kills there. Mamisix able to snipe down two there. 8 to 13. It's somewhat believable now after the sign of VIZUALZ. But Tin. Nice shots back to his roots with the AR. Only good for one. He knows he missed that shot. But it's fine. 5 to 12 now, 20 seconds left. They do have an equalizer to work with here. It's going to be Al. Can he make a play here? 17 seconds left. They just need to stop at least one wave and they'll be able to force a round 4 here. The equalizer used for nothing there, but Al doesn't even get that shot. Finally gets AG. That's very alive. That's going to be it. That's going to be GG. So a little bit this is unfortunate for him as Rival Esports will take this game 3-0 and the series 3-0. Congratulations to Rivals.
Another quick day at the office here for Rival Esports. Nothing but smiles here coming in from these players. They know they did the job and they did it well. Rival Esports not slowing down, not even letting their opponents breathe. And that is what they do and what they need to do to maintain their position on the rankings as Rival Esports. Once again, winning this series, winning this map in total and pure brutality, if I might say so myself.
I mean, brutality is probably just a lesser word. You could probably see decimation or something, but I mean, Rival Esports, they were just having fun there, and they got the job done. Take a look at the highlights here. I mean, from start to finish, it was just a wire-to-wire victory. Could not do anything at all if you're a VIZUALZ Indonesia fan. I mean, they just really struggled from the start, just could not match the firepower that Rival was handing it to them.
Yeah, I actually thought from the first round, maybe it was around the mid part of that round, I was like, oh, VIZUALZ Indonesia could be up to something here, but boy was I wrong. As Rival Esports stepped it up, it was just wraps from there on. Yeah, and taking a look at the highlights, Josh using the Locust very much efficiently. Look at that flick there, just too crispy. I mean, yeah, this has been the story of this entire series. It has just been Rival Esports getting the better of VIZUALZ Indonesia. Not that much that you can say there. That was a good clip coming in from Fran with that Annihilator, but that's basically it for this entire series.
Yes, 3-0 once again. They win the hardpoint and MVP. 10 from Rival, 19 eliminations and a 1.58 KDA for him. Congratulations to the M13 God. That it will be 10.
Yeah. 10. You know, we've got a different set of MVP today for the side of Rival Esports. All of them had their own opportunities to shine, and that's nice to see. You know, with their 3-0 victory, they were just too clean once again. I mean, it's VIZUALZ Indonesia that needs to find a way back into the winning column because they've lost their second series already, and I think that is going to be a bit bad for them if we can say so ourselves. But here is your post-map results. You can see that everyone on Rival Esports were just functioning. They are like a well-oiled machine.
They are. I mean, everybody all equal kills. Nobody's negative. They did their part. And on the other end, I mean, Fixers and Zen, 3 and 7. It's really gonna be difficult if you can't get any kills there. I mean, Me6 was trying, Al was trying, Fran. I mean, 11, yes, but at the end of the day, if you're not gonna be able to string kills, it's gonna be difficult to control. Now, to take a look at the series here, the maps and modes once again. Summit 250-105, SD was 9 and 3, and Crossroads Control was 3 and 0, and Rivals take the series again at a 3 and 0.
Yeah, no need for Arsenal Hardpoint and Tunisia SND. They wrapped things up early up against VIZUALZ Esports. That is for sure to bump them, or actually, I think they would remain their slot at number 3, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's a very good look now for Rival Esports, just stacking up those points. And I think they need to continue with that same energy heading onto the rest of the group stage.
All looking good so far. You know, they get a higher place in the standings. You know, just trying to stay afloat in it. So far, they've been doing really well. We're the side of rival, and our series MVP is going to be Jibby with 84 kills, average of a 2.27 ADA.
This man, from I think it was the first spawns, you know, first hard point, and then onto S&D, he was doing a lot of things, and I was very much happy to see it. That ace with a double concuss and just cleaning up house, I think that explains the whole narrative for Jibby. He is a fantastic player, and everybody should look out for this man right here.
Actually, take a look at the group standings, and now Rival, they're going to be the clear cut first place because they have an extra map win. And then ALUla is going to be tied with second with Elevate. FREESLOT's going to be fourth. And then VIZUALZ all the way at the fifth. I mean, they're still going to be there. They're not going to be removed because VIZUALZ did lose. But after the third series of FREESLOT and ASAP, you might see FREESLOT gaining a lead up against VIZUALZ.
Yeah, could be. I mean, it still depends because imagine if FREESLOT gets a 3-0, they move themselves up in this number 2 slot right here. So that could be interesting for FREESLOT, but ASAP, they've had very rough maps, very rough matchups as well. But right now would be the time for them to show why they are the top seeded team in their respective region.
And congratulations to them once more. But you know, it's not yet over. Still only day number 3 at this point. So anything can happen at this point. So hopefully we do see things shaken up here. But that top 3 would be a very, you know, this is how we're gonna look at it one way or another.
Yeah, quite literally. And yeah, there's still more matches that we still have to see today, and a lot of them is very exciting. You still have you know, to look at as soon as possible versus FREESLOT. Like we mentioned, there's still ALUla versus Change World later on. It's the battle of former number 1 in the group stage versus the current number 8 that is currently Change World. So yeah, you know, a lot is still to be expected from these teams, and a lot more action is still to be brought up to us. But let us talk more with the upcoming matchup between FREESLOT and as possible.
I mean, this is a rematch of their legendary All-In 2026. It went down to the distance where ASAP actually took home the victory there. So they were actually the number 1 team in Thailand, but for the side of FREESLOT, you know, we know them as the better team, you know, but unfortunately they didn't win that legendary All-In. But in the standings, it's showing so far they are leading it, and now it's going to be a rematch of that for our 3rd series.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, if we're going to talk about it, FREESLOT now just shocking everyone with beating out SKAERI. I mean, SKAERI has been looking a bit shaky, but you got also ASAP just facing up against absolute titans of this tournament. Now facing up against somebody that they've been facing up against for quite a lot. Will we see a different form coming in from as soon as possible, or will FREESLOT just, you know, continue their momentum that they picked up from yesterday?
That's true. Hopefully they can continue after a very solid one. And with that being said, we'll have a short break. We'll be right back after this.
This is the Call of Duty Mobile Summerfest 2026.
Bakunawa. Hardpoint still in play, but scary. 3 more points to win this game.
That is crazy. I wish I've seen multiple options.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 Garena Qualifier. I'm Jericho down here with Gary. Just going to give a quick shout out to all our fans watching. You know, we also have Rue from the Philippines. Also, a lot more people there just watching. And thank you so much for all the support. Make sure to catch us here on Facebook, YouTube, as well as on TikTok. We all have our highlights there posted as well. Make sure to click on that follow button. You'll be updated all of Call of Duty action. So now back here into our day number 3, Kaori. 2 series down, 2 more to go. We're going to have a rematch of the legendary All-In with an ASAP versus a FREESLOT.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be a different story this time around. We are not giving emphasis onto the Philippine teams. It's a different story outside of the timeline. And yeah, you know, another meeting between these two teams, you know, as soon as possible getting the upper hand the last time they meet, and it was at a grand final where they beat out FREESLOT, and it was in a very convincing fashion as well. I mean, you got FREESLOT just taking the first HP, I think, over ASAP from that Game 7 series, and then it was all ASAP. And then, yeah, it was a 4-1 series. You know, now we got a best-of-5 format. There's still a lot at stake here. Let us now see just how much of a difference will it be now that FREESLOT is on a momentum.
That's true. I mean, by the looks of it, FREESLOT looked like the better team. And maybe that day was just ASAP's day. I mean, anything can happen in a tournament like that. So for now, I mean, as soon as possible, it hasn't been looking really good at all. FREESLOT, yes, they've improved, but I think they can still get to that next level, to that next that top gear, as people would say. But I mean, hopefully they can get over that hump, and it's going to depend on the maps and modes here. But I think the S&D would be the most interesting one. I think both teams are very sound in S&D, and hopefully we can see what they can do in this series.
Yeah, exactly, because a lot is now expected of FREESLOT. It's like, you know, the roles have been reversed from the number 2 team from their region. Now FREESLOT is the one that we're looking at here, since they've just beat out VIZUALZ SKAERI yesterday in a 3-0 fashion, and them sitting at that number 4 slot with ASAP trying to catch up some points here, you know, losing out 2 series already, securing only 1 map win. So it's a must win from them. Facing someone that they're very familiar with, I think this could be the opportunity for them to gather up some points.
Yep, they need all their points. I mean, if you're FREESLOT, you're looking flawless so far. Make sure to get the points as they need. Now up against a familiar foe, this should be, you know, their mindset should be, hey, let's beat this, let's get some points, make sure we get to the top 4. And I like what I'm seeing here. Let's take a look at our maps and modes. There's Summit, Fire Range, Standoff, Hacienda, and in case we do it to Game 5, it's going to be Slums, Search, and Destroy.
Yep, you know, this series is going to be very, very interesting with firing range on the search and destroy. We've seen how FREESLOT played that to absolute cinema, if I might say so myself, yesterday. And then, yeah, Summit once again is going to bring out a lot of the firepower from this team. It's going to take a lot from them. Very aggressive maps all across the board, you know, heading into Hacienda and then Slums to possibly close things out if ever we get a game number 5. I really like this lineup of maps here. It showcases just how well these players handle those gunfights.
That's true. I wouldn't mind getting to a game 4. I want to see some Hacienda. But here we go, our two teams, FREESLOT versus As Soon As Possible. Our third series of the day. We still have one more right after this, ALUla and Change World. But we are about to start in our first game. Oh, never mind, I lied. It's not yet. Back to our faces here, Kaori and Jericho. And yeah, later, you know, we're gonna have one more series, ALUla and Change World. Let's see if the world will change with Change World's healing. So hopefully they'll be finding something up against ALUla.
Yeah, kind of a big task once again. I mean, it has been a lot of problems for Change World. Yesterday they faced up against rival Esports. Oh, actually they faced up against the big 3 already. First being Elevate, second rival Esports, and now the final boss as well, ALUla. So I think it's better to get those 3 teams out of the way and just focus on the rest of your matches. But hey, who knows? Still, shoutouts to Kali. This is the team that he has been rooting for, you know. Change World could possibly change the world for the 3rd time. We've been saying it here on the broadcast. First, it was up against Elevate. Then we hoped it will happen against rivals. Now another shot against ALUla. Yeah, it's still a lot of exciting stuff. But anyways, let's focus on the current topic at hand. As Soon As Possible and FREESLOT, you know, just starting in a couple of minutes. If we're going to look at it, I think it's a very Game 5 worthy of a series. Just you know, just as it's very, very close in terms of their achievements, you know, the performances that they gave out. I think it's like a very, very 50-50 side matchup. Depends on which team gets the momentum.
That's true. I mean, I'm gonna go with FREESLOT here. I think FREESLOT takes this probably 3-1. They probably lose maybe the control. Their control hasn't been the best, but at the same time, if you put 2 teams that aren't good in game mode, then it's really a toss-up from it. But I think the hard point is gonna be pretty decisive. The S&D, I think, would be one of the best matches we're going to find because both teams are very sound. I mean, in the Thailand region, S&D is like, you know, that's their holy grail. And, you know, S&D stars, as we would call them in the Call of Duty scene. So, you know, S&D stars, S&D kids, so wagers coming through. So hopefully we see that coming through for the side of FREESLOT. But I mean, if I'm going FREESLOT, are you still going to go with FREESLOT with Carry, or are you going to go the other way around?
Oh, I'm going with FREESLOT this time around. You know, I'm very convinced with their performance up against VIZUALZ SKAERI from yesterday. I think Kato, S7G, they were just putting up a lot of numbers. So yeah, I would have to go to FREESLOT in this one, but I think it would be a very, very narrow series between the 2.
That's true. I definitely agree with that one. I think it's going to come down to the wire. I think it's going to be still 3-0, 3-1, but games are going to be very, very, very close. It's going to come down to...
Which team are you rooting for?
I'm going to go with FREESLOT. FREESLOT, I mean, I think they've proven themselves. You know, yesterday they proved us wrong, and I think now they're hitting their stride at the right moment. Yes, they haven't faced against the best of the teams, so I think they're getting the most points that they can at the moment, because I think towards the latter part of the stage, that's where they're going to start to fight against the best of the best, and that's where their points are going to save them in case they need to make it out of that top 4.
Yeah, so now would be the perfect opportunity for them to just, you know, continue their streak, continue their roll or their run. Because, yeah, they are now in good position, in good shape. And I think if there is a time for them to let up, I don't think that this is now. Because if you're going to look at the brackets or the standings, basically, you got VIZUALZ SKAERI, a team that you beat 3-0. They only took 1 map against Elevate. So imagine if FREESLOT, let's just say, hypothetically, they lose to the big 3 teams, right? But they like take a map of each of them, and they still win all of their series against the other teams. So that puts them in a very good position, or just locks in their top 4 slot.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's gonna come down to them facing each other down the line, and that whoever wins that series would pretty much secure that last slot. I mean, you know, rivals ALUla and Elevate, we all know will go to that top 3 to that playoff, and they're gonna be the ones fighting for that slot. But you know, for that 4th slot, I mean, anything could happen, and maybe, you know, like you said, VIZUALZ takes a map out of Elevate. You see Change World, maybe all of a sudden Change World wins against ALUla, 3 knows them. So, you know, anything's possible at this moment for either of these teams. So it's gonna be really a fight, and a fight for that 4th and final slot to get a chance to represent the Garena region in stage 5.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, looking at this matchup right now, I think this is a breather for most of us watchers, because we are finally going to be seeing one of those matchups that you can't really predict as to what can happen exactly. Because yeah, we've been talking a lot about Elevate, ALUla, rival Esports, but you know, matchups like this is what makes the game to a standstill, basically. You know, this is where you see potential. This is where you see two teams just looking it out, trading maps, getting blows onto each other. So yeah, you know, a change of scenery quite indeed for this next series.
It's true. I mean, just a change of play style, because we're used to the fast pace, and these guys are gonna really slow it down. Even at hardpoint, it's not as fast as you expected, but you see the plays with the SMG plays of S7G, C1 and the Nowens plays on the S&D, and for ASAP, it's time for them to prove why they were the #1 team, why they beat FREESLOT in this matchup. So another rematch, a grudge match, a revenge match for both of these teams, just to, you know, get some points on the board, really get it through here, as we're about to take a look at the maps and modes once again. Summit, Firing Range, Stand of Hacienda, and for Game 5, it's going to be at Slums.
Yeah, you know, still, I will still say it again, could possibly be the best arrangement of maps that I have seen in this tournament. I just love the Summit into Firing Range, into Stand Up, into Hacienda, into Slums. Low-key, I think if we're going to see a 5-game series, it's going to be very, very fun to watch, especially these two teams playing it. I'm seeing the Summit hardpoint going to like 250 to 180, Firing Range S&D finishing at like 9-7. You know, just a very tight matchup between these teams.
That's true. Very, very tight matchup for both of these teams. I agree with you. The flow is nice for these maps, you know.
Yeah.
All from Black Ops once again. Sorry for the history lesson for all those people that have been playing. I'll do take a look at our teams here. Zatek, Nowen, S7G, C1, and Kato all are ready to face their foes from Thailand in ASAP.
Yeah. And now for ASAP, here are the players, you know, just getting ready. It's the best, Anubis, Furious, Ni, and AK. And there is your head-to-head matchup. It's FREESLOT versus ASAP.
All just getting ready here. Just a bit of a problem on our end, but I think both teams are about to start now. We see everyone just getting ready, getting that vibes right. Just trying to get some, you know, some food in, like Anubis getting some sushi on his side. Love to see it. Here we go. About to get ready into this game number 1. Both teams just hyped up. Can't wait to get the streaks going for either of these teams.
Yep. You know, just waiting. We are just waiting, and I think it's going to be a very, very worthy battle between these two. You know, imagine them seeing each other once again in this kind of tournament. You know, just what more can change into the story here, because you got, as soon as possible, they are looking quite shaky in this tournament, while FREESLOT had potentially one of the best openings to this tournament, just shocking everyone, just, you know, delivering a 3-0 sweep. You know, will it be a repeat of history, or will something change this time around?
Will it be another 3-1, or will it be a 3-0 by FREESLOT, or will ASAP answer back and make things interesting by winning this 3-0? Because if ASAP wins this, A will have a better chance of getting into that top 4 and making it interesting, because it's a fight. Right now it's a fight for FREESLOT, VIZUALZ, SKAERI, and VIZUALZ ID. Now, if ASAP wins this, they're going to be right back into the mix.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this is the part where if ASAP wins, it just shakes things up.
I agree
entirely. And now, speaking of shaking things up, we are now into the first map of FREESLOT versus ASAP.
Yep, game number 1, Summit, Hardpoint, start things off on the side of AK. He's good for 1 kill. He's going to get that second kill as well. And the control for the hill, still in hands of nobody, as both teams are just finding it out, battling out, and testing it. And now you see the blue dots able to take over, and FREESLOT gets some time on this P1.
Yep. Now FREESLOT, getting this control early onto this P1. Kato just holding down that angle. He would get pushed out by Knee, and he would get to instead. Now FREESLOT and ASAP just trading blows up against each other. And ASAP, they're looking quite well in this HP rather. They are keeping up with FREESLOT. I mean, it's still the first point. There's still a lot to be seen here, but we are seeing improvements already of their results.
That is true. You see the improvement for both of these teams, especially FREESLOT. See the way they're moving. They're moving a bit more faster now. Pace is doubling down on them, getting up into their faces. The speed of the game. You see S7G. He's gonna get shut down though by Anubis. But a solid hill for both of these teams. 18 to 50 we go. Hit the rotation now over at this P2. And then now one brings out the Tempest already. He gets 2 kills immediately. Clears out that spawn. Clears out the flank as well. Hunter Killer Jones gonna help him. It shuts down Anubis. Shuts down the Best as well. And beautiful usage of the operators here for Anowin as he's on a 3-kill spree.
Yep, Anowin just too good with that Tempest. Lands all 4 shots together with the Predator missile, now having the EMP at hand, and he is still not stopping in his tracks. AK would be the next one to try and challenge this man, but he just don't seem to miss. And finally, Anowin is down. And second point, 16 kills already for Anowin, and FREESLOT continuing their momentum. Setek now ready with the equalizer as well. S7G popping off the death machine to just provide coverage for the team, to just make sure that they make it to P3 safely. And the contest coming in from ASAP would not be good enough, as FREESLOT getting a position on P3.
That's P3, you're correct. You see number 2 though, Furious from the flank. He's trying to be annoying there. He does get there for free. But Furious, Anubis is going to get shut down by S7G, and the War Machine by Kato. He's good for 1. He's going to be the one overwatching the teammates here. Fortunately, not going to be able to get anyone. Finally has help from his teammates, but look at the green side, number 4. And I trying to push the back there, but the club, I see one, stops to push once more. The operators are out for the side of FREESLOT. Now you see them pushing it down, 76 to 24. Solid hill for them, and they just push back ASAP.
Yep, and NI just trying to hold down his ground, but FSL, this is looking like a free hill for them, as ASAP not finding any answers at all. FREESLOT once again just continuing their dominance. Now this is not seen at all in their last meeting. Now they are a completely different beast that ASAP has to face. Kato finding more in the trades. He is just too damn clean in that one, as Furious with the Tempest just trying to pop it off, trying to land some shots. He will do so indeed, but C1 quick with the trades.
Quick with the trades, 101 to 34 now. AK with a War Machine, trying to push her for the back, but you see the players of FREESLOT. There's Anubis with that Sparrow, pushes them back as well. S7G trying to break it on his own. He is going to eat a War Machine nade there. Now some good time coming through from ASAP here with the operators that they have, but now it's going to be gunfight galore. The Tempest connects with 1, and FREESLOT able to cut it through, but the trophy there to help Anubis. They still get some time off this P4.
Yeah, and now ASAP finally getting some time off the board. Cutting down the lead that FSL had earlier, and Setek trying to retake this point, and that would be FREESLOT rightfully so doing just that and extending their point by just a bit. I mean, ASAP had some good time there as well. Now heading back to P1 we go.
P1 we go, 119 to 61. 3 seconds left here, Furious. There's going to be more players coming through, and it's a solid hill for ASAP, but FREESLOT still taking the lead here, and Nawan is not slowing down. He is at 24 as we speak here. That shotgun is doing work for him, and now FREESLOT under the hill once more. Kato, nice, straight onto that player. And just like that, he already has his second War Machine, almost gets that trade. 122 to 68 we go, and FREESLOT is getting some free time on this P1.
Yep, getting off some free time is what they need. They need to just, chomp down those points, just get as much points as possible. We know how chaotic P1 can be now. Furious just trying to find more kills with the Switchblade. And I now popping off the Death Machine as well to just fend off any members from FREESLOT. FREESLOT now having difficulties to hold down this point, but huge investments though were made for the side of ASAP. Now we are looking towards P2. Who will get the spawn? I think it's going to be ASAP setting up quite early. Now the retake would be into the hands here of FREESLOT.
Yep, the retake could be early, but I mean, at this point, P2 is pretty much similar to P1. He's got to hop on and get that pressure on and push them back. And there's only 20 seconds left. You try to rotate a bit early to P3 here, and now with a shotgun, we'll miss that. But here comes the claw from C1 from the bottom. It'd be the playmaker. He's able to get none, but Anubis, though, before he gets shut down, takes two with him as well. 43 seconds now. Furious with a Tempest. And you see ASAP getting that momentum, but C1 once again answers back.
Yeah, C1 answers back, just says no to the attempts here of ASAP and just shreds through the defenses of ASAP with that 5K streak. Make that 6 actually the best now, trying to shut him down. He will do so indeed. But FREESLOT with that heroic effort coming in from C1 manages to get this point. But a huge investment from AK. War Machine would be used up. But I think that is not a wise usage of his operator skill. We have to learn and hear these players talk about their strategies as we can hear the teams now talk in their team comps.
เขียววิ่งเข้าหลังจุด
ได้ก็ได้เขียวนะพี่หลังอ่ะ
จุดเจ็บทางยาวจุดไปตายจุดไปตามจุดระวังหน้าจุดตกนะฟิว
เขียวตายจะเขาแล้วก็
หลังอยู่มันครับหลังอยู่
หลังค้ำอยู่นะหลังค้ำ
ผมต้องมองยาวให้ไปการขึ้นหลอดไปการขึ้นหลอดยาวตายกลางตายยาวหลังจุดยาวเจ็บมากยาวเจ็บมากนิดเดียวตายยาวตายเทจุดยาวตัวนะยาวตัวตายฝั่งยาว
And now intensity has been heard from this team. And ASAP, slowly but surely, they are creeping in, chopping down the lead that FSL once had. 137 already for ASAP. Reaching that 150 mark is almost the goal for them. Now, we are within touching distance between these two teams. FSL 167, ASAP 141.
That's true. I mean, it's a solid P3 there for them. FREESLOT now on the back end. Look at Kato. Brings out the War Machine. There's going to be players at the back here, so it's a battle for spawns here. Kato trying to look for him. He's going to be able to spot one there. They clear out the base, and beautiful by the side of FREESLOT as now they're getting more time here, trying to conceal the deal. Anubis again with a Sparrow. A clutch play by him, but C1, he's going to be able to take them down one more with the claw. But the players from Snow pushes up here, and now ASAP pushing up here, trying to get that comeback going. You see Furious, he's going to get shut down as well. The best with the equalizer pushes out. Unfortunately, will get shut down. 27 seconds here, but no one's going to be on that hill.
Yeah, no one is going to be on that hill, and that long side is just covered up by C1 as he finds another takedown. And I with the Death Machine still ready. I don't think he will use it just yet, commit. But I think FREESLOT gets the first step onto that 200 point mark as C1 still, trying to find some more frags. Wouldn't be quite able to do so. And now 200 points for FREESLOT. ASAP once again back to a 50-point deficit.
It's true, 52 to be exact. And I with the Death Machine trying to spray it down, trying to give time to his teammates. But look at the side of FREESLOT. They are in the hill already. Just trying to milk any second that they can. But Furious now with that Tempest. He's good for one, but the trophy defends him there. A C1, he's gonna get tagged up by that Tempest, but it doesn't matter because the site will be clear. And now it's a Now insert to bring out that Tempest. He's good for another one. Looking for more here to push through. 41 for a Nowan. finds one more Anubis. Maybe not. Okay. Maybe now he gets turned on by Anubis. You hate to see it. 218 to 154, and ASAP now get control, but Setek, here comes the spray and the prey.
Here comes the spray and the prey, quite indeed. Equalizer was invested to clear up as much members as he can. Setek slides out, gets punished by NI. NI still finding answers, but FREESLOT slowly but surely, you know, getting those points that they need to cross that finish line. But ASAP still not letting up, still not giving up as Setek. That's a good kill coming in from him. They have to fight for the spawn as ASAP currently holds it as of the moment. Green spawn now in the hands of ASAP. Anawin still going and showing up with HS at hand. Anubis with that Sparrow would just clear out members coming in from the side of FREESLOT. But S7G, here comes the Dash Machine. And it's going to do a lot of damage here for the side of ASAP.
A lot of damage, you're right. 228 to 176 now. We need 2 more points for the side of FREESLOT, but ASAP, they are not giving up. They're holding down P2 at the same time. Not giving up a single spawn for P3. You see C1, here comes the hold. They finally get the control of this hill. But the players of ASAP, you see Kato with a War Machine. Good for 1, good for 2, but the trophy defends him as well. Takes himself out. But the damage has been done already. 15 more points to go, and now in gets the first. Can he get the second? No, he cannot. It will not end here. They have to rotate to P3. Now it's a foot race. ASAP trying to get there as fast as they can, and big fights coming through at the back now.
Yeah, and look at the position coming in from FREESLOT. Is this how they seal things off? But actually, members from ASAP spawning from the back. The best trying to fight for it, but Kato finds him. Now FSL just trying to secure this remaining points, but ASAP still trying to fight for it. And I now pops the Death Machine. Will this be the retake of a lifetime coming in from the side of ASAP? Now 4 points away is FSL, but Anawin shuts them down. But actually, the retake comes in from ASAP.
Not yet over here. The hold of a lifetime is coming through for Furious now. Tempest out for him. The player at the back, number 4. He slips through the spawns. Call of Duty Gods gave them the spawn. C1, but the Claw of Furious makes the play, and now it's still alive there. And now a big win, but AK gets the trade, and it's not yet over. S7G from the front. Now AK holds it down, takes down Setek, and it is not over. C1 still trying to fight for it, but now look at number 5, Kato. He's setting up for new. They just have to run through. They just have to stop and step on the hill. The players of ASAP, you guys gotta run. It's a foot race. The Predator missile. Kato, he's gonna get shut down. ASAP, they're still in the hill. They're still in the game. Here comes P5.
P5 now in the hands of ASAP. What can FSL do with this hold? And can ASAP hold on long enough for reinforcements to arrive? Setek would be the one to put the dagger in the heart of ASAP.
250 to 235. FREESLOT, another close one. A nail biter for Hardpoint Summit as they shut it down. I mean, it was so close. They were about to lose that. That clutch Predator missile shuts down Kato. Beautiful play coming through from the side of FREESLOT, but GG, well played, but it's only game 1. It's only game 1, and we're already getting a playoff masterclass for both of these teams. I mean, there's some bad blood coming through here. I mean, you see that, that's some intense gameplay, but congratulations to FREESLOT, they take game 1.
Wow. Now that is a game that we all love to watch. FREESLOT winning with just by the hair. Basically, if Setek didn't have that equalizer, I think that could have been wraps there for the side of ASAP. But he did save the whole team. It was a fantastic effort once again coming in from ASAP, but it was not enough to, you know, put them or pull them through the finish line. I mean, Anawin had a very fantastic game as well. You know, very much on point with those shotgun kills. And that was the result of his hard work. That is going to be a very hard-earned map for the side of FREESLOT. Now 1-0 in this series.
1-0 in this series. Great hardpoint match so far. I love the back and forth for both of these teams, actually. You really love to see what they're doing here. Now, take a look at the highlights here. I mean, I thought, you know, FREESLOT was going to run away with this. But, you know, ASAP, they came back at the right time, at the right moment. Unfortunately, they forgot that they had to rotate. I know they only need 1 more point there, but I believe number 3, number 5 should have rotated already. especially with that Predator missile, which they did, but then they let Settech bring out the equalizer and spray it down, with him winning that fight.
Yep, exactly. You know, and that map in itself, you know, as much as I hate to say it, it's kind of reminiscent of the matchup that they've had in the grand finals of COD and Legendary All In 2026.
I agree.
It was a close map 1 for FREESLOT. They won the first hard point, and then you know the rest. But basically, this could be a different FREESLOT that we're looking at here, and this man right here made it all possible. Almost a 60 bomb for C1.
157 to 154 KDA. Man, what a mission. He almost clutched it up, but Anubis went back with the, I mean, whoever that was with the Tempest clutched it up and shut down C1 there. Huge plays by everyone there. We love to see it. This is what we need in Call of Duty Mobile. Some intense matchups, and so far they are proving to be one of the best matchups we see at the moment in the group stage. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here. I mean, equal on all sides here. I mean, besides the best, he was 29 and 57. Yes, but he was really trying his best to, you know, bait the team, get inside, be the bait, and just set up those plays. So it's really important to see. Yeah, I mean, the best 29-57. Yes, you may laugh at it, but at the end of the day, he was trying to set it up. But I mean, if he at least got what 40 kills, at least maybe they would have won the game.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, his hold onto that last point, it was very much commendable, if I might say so myself. But yeah, a different game from the best could have potentially had a different impact to the result of map number 1. But now that is history, as we are moving on to firing range, search and destroy. So yeah, a different scenery once again for the side of ASAP, while you got FREESLOT, you know, just fresh from a victory from a firing range map, and that was a well played coming in from them. I think it was a 3-9 if I'm not mistaken.
That's true. I mean, but now let's move on, clear our heads, and now move on to a slow game mode where this is what FREESLOT and ASAP love. Search and destroy, game 2. Firing range here, and you see the aggression coming out from the side of ASAP already. Oh, it's going to be a 5v5 retake once again, but look at NI. He's in that corner. Does he get checked here? The answer will be no, he's not going to get checked here. But the only good for one, though, you get the trade immediately. You tag up your teammates. But it's a 4 versus 4 now.
They sure do love to use those grass. That's what I'll tell you. And now the retake, 27 seconds up for FREESLOT. Many members coming in from ASAP just tacked in this trailer. It's the best, together with Anubis. Will Kato try and invest in this fight? 2v2 now, S7G. He has been phenomenal yesterday. Will he be phenomenal this time around? Anubis just pushing out S7G. He's trying to dance around it, but he will be taken down. The best, securing the first round now for the side of ASAP.
First round secured for the side of as soon as possible. Solid round for them. I think, you know, if you were FREESLOT, you would have gotten the retake there a bit faster. You could have gotten just a pinch maneuver there if they wanted to. Now, ASAP, they're setting the tone on this offensive side, which I really like. And FREESLOT, a bit late on that adjustment, but I mean, we know FREESLOT and Search and Destroy, they can definitely make that adjustment.
Yeah, exactly. And here comes S7G again. You know, doing S7G things here in firing range. But as of the moment, ASAP has the read on them. Not quite committing just yet. Using and taking their time. But the best could have a potential matchup against Anawin here. Swings out, it's Anawin that wins out that trade.
And was on a mission last game, and he's still hot from his game 1. That's the first blood. Open things up for the team of FREESLOT. Now for as soon as possible.
Oh,
he's still trying to get that jump.
And that's like the second try now.
It's the second try, but it's okay. You have a lot more tries, but it's first to 9 here. Nice nade from NI. It's gonna get nowhere. Now it's gonna be a push forwards, but S7G gets caught there. It's still a 4 versus 4. Bomb is gonna go down. It's gonna be a full-on retake for the side of FREESLOT. Lineups for Kato, and what a lineup.
we've seen this play out from the previous round. How will FREESLOT, answer back differently this time around? I mean, they're going to flood in A once again. NI just going to be waiting patiently, but Anubis and NI just answering back and taking down the side of FREESLOT. 6 eliminations already for Anubis in this map.
And we know this matchup is going to be intense. Both teams really, fighting each other out, blow for blow here. AK with a snipe. And yep, FREESLOT. They finally met their match in Search and Destroy, and none other than their brothers in Thailand as well. But you see the push here. It's going to get caught. Kato only good for 1. Anubis with 3 though. Able to shut down that flank. I'm not a fan of what they did there. I mean, I guess, it works for if you're going up against different teams, but a team like ASAP, you got to switch up your strategy here. Maybe no need to flank just like that. Take your time. Now you just give a free sight for ASAP.
Yep. And C1 left with a very daunting task. SKS at hand. I mean, still very doable, but he will not catch Furious off guard. Furious, if there's any time to look out now, I think it would be now. Okay, they're still playing cat and mouse, and then finally, C1 would get taken out by Furious, and ASAP moves 3-0 in this S&D. And if you're going to look at Anubis, he has been Mr. 3K. Round 1, round 2, round 3, all 3Ks.
Defend the objectives.
Oh. Anubis wants to get that MVP by the looks of it. Just take any opportunity and run away with it.
Exactly.
Here we go. They slow things down, and I like this. Nice shot from Kato. Easy kill for him. Anubis shut down. No 3K for you. S7G just right below this wood house. You get 1 round if you're on the side of FREESLOT. A lot more rounds before we sit sack.
Yep. I mean, S7G once again in that position. Not working out well for S7G. I mean, it has been working out, like you said, for the other teams, but this time around it's a different team. I think ASAP has the read on them. It has been very much expected since that's what they did basically yesterday. It worked out well, but they have to figure something different this time around, as they are not, having the game of their lives yet. And ASAP could be getting the momentum here. Setsec finding one that's at least going to be a trade, the best now. Going to be looking for Anawin, but Anawin would be very much safe in that one.
There you go. They finally get their round on the board there, and I think the only counter here, in my opinion, if you're going against a team like ASAP and you're struggling like FREESLOT, is I think you got to be up in their face, but not in a way where you're gonna get caught. You want to use that clock and be annoying with the middle pushes, where you want to wall bang, all that stuff. That's what you need to do. As Kato scopes in the wrong spot there, and hopefully they'll be able to use that. But if you're ASAP, I think you just barge in. They've been struggling with the retakes. You should notice this, that if you set up in that trailer, I mean, FREESLOT cannot do anything at all.
Yep, and let us take a look at S7G with his third attempt.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, now I'm way too invested in this one.
I am as well. You gotta make it. Here we go. S7G.
Okay.
0 for 3.
0 for 3. It's alright. It's alright. He will make his usual flank move maneuver right now. Hopefully it works out this time around for FSL, because he has been getting red quite a lot. And yeah, he has been spotted out now. At least information has been gathered for S7G now. The pursuit coming in from ASAP. But that man is too slippery for them to handle.
Yeah, I would re-hit that one more time if I'm S7G, but he wants to help out number 4. That C1, he does have an SKS, only good for 1 though. S7G is going to be in that corner, and you get caught there. I mean, at that point, that wasn't the best spot to be in. Now you're down 2 players, and now when you can hop on that sandbag if you want to. Fortunately, they decide not to. Now they're going to both have 1v1s here. Settec, good for 1. Nice. That's a great trade for him, but Kato from the back. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Okay. It's somewhat doable now. Have to go for it. Number 2, and now he knows he's there. Gonna try to hop on it, bait that fuse. Now a nice swing, but doesn't matter. NI and AK get each other kills there. Now we have to retake and redesign the plan here if you're on the side of FREESLOT.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen glimpses of their performance from yesterday. You know, the trades were coming off there in that 5v3 situation, but ASAP is just too prepared for this S&D map, now looking towards an A hit, and there is no response at all from FSL, but hold on just a minute as C1 finding 2 in that long range gunfight. Now Anawin fishing for AK. AK already knows where Anawin is, would take him down with that Sundra, but would get taken down also in that exchange as FREESLOT. Second round now on the boards for them.
Round of the board for them. You love to see that kind of change happening here. That pace here. Again. 2 more rounds before he switch sides here. If I'm FREESLOT, I would love to have this at 4-4. There you go. That's what you want to see from Setec. Just be aggressive. Get as much as you can. You already did your job. You gotta calm down now. And now with the shotgun though. Could spell trouble. Look at C1 from that back. No, he whips everything by now and he's gonna try to chase him down. He's good for 1. Has to back away now. Just chill here. 3 versus 3, but now he's gonna get caught. There you go. The plan. Oh, C1's turn. And he fails as well. As a team, 0-4. Okay.
They just love that spot.
I think that's gonna be a highlight for Garena. I think they're gonna be like, oh my god, let's see how many times they can try to make it.
Imagine the stats. Imagine the stats.
Imagine the stats.
But going back to the game now. C1 just playing towards this wood house, but the best would hear him instead. It's a 2v2. C1 can't afford to overextend or be caught out right here, right now, as AK is fishing for him. Kato still looking towards A long. You know, just trying to figure out if there's still another sniper that would be up for the challenge. And now here comes C1 with the move and catches AK and the best off guard. And look at that expression from him.
He knows he would have got. He knows the round would have been over if he hit those shots. But now, you know, just thinking like finally. All right. So here we go. 1 more round before it switch sides here. And if I'm FREESLOT, it's doing well so far. I want to see. If we see another jump, or actually no, they're going for a push down, a fast push towards middle here. 7G has his hands full here. Ooh. Good for 1. Gets away with his life. That's what you want to see. Just need to chill now. Clear out this wood house. Make sure you have that control. ASAP and he's gonna be stuck there, but now he's gonna be right behind him. He has to make a play here for his teammate. Good for it. There you go. Last player alive. Beautiful retake by FREESLOT. They tie it up at 4-4.
And FREESLOT now picking up the momentum, you know, showing signs of life in this matchup, ending the half 4-4. We love to see that from them, but ASAP still very much in this match as well. They figured it out the first time around, you know, the early rounds of their attacker side, and then change of scenery basically is how much more can they improve as S7G and now and just finding a lot of members on ASAP. And I and AK up for a very daunting task. It's a 4v2.
A 4v2, I mean, this is solid. You don't need to move if you're set. Like, this is a beautiful spot. No one checks that corner. And especially S7G, that's probably the least corner I'm going to check as well. Number 5, Kato, he's there. Just buy time if you're Kato. That's beautiful. Let's get all that information. Let Setec move up. And just like that, he should be able to get the drop on these 2 players. I mean, this is just a different kind of offensive mind that FREESLOT is doing in S7G. Oh, that's 1. Spots the second one. Doesn't matter. C1 is there for the trade. 5-4. FREESLOT. They're back in that momentum.
Yeah, S7G, just a very creative mind there. You know, type of positions I would choose. You know, a random open slot that you can just crouch under. Yeah, very much creative coming in from S7G. And it's working for the side of FREESLOT. Now, I think they are on a 3-round winning streak as ASAP trying to find an answer. But once again, the relentless onslaught could be punished this time around as Anubis and Furious finds members of FREESLOT.
They were prepared. I love the adjustment coming through from them. a simple prone onto that mound was able to enable Anubis to get that kill. Love to see that.
Yep.
Kato and C1, the veterans. They make a play. I think he knows C1 is there. C1, he spots him. Unfortunately, doesn't have the best weapon to have there. That's all to Kato at a 1 versus a 4 here. Now we're tied up once more here at 5 apiece. Should be at 5 apiece.
Yeah, because there's just no way that Kato is winning that one out. A nice shot coming in from AK, bringing it all the way back to even ground as ASAP fighting back against, you know, the momentum that FREESLOT generally had.
So here we go. Next round coming through, round 11, and now see Furious. Does he have the worst timing in the world? I do believe he has the worst timing in the world so far as he's trying to spray it down here. Now he's gonna be close to him, but the shotgun is too strong for him. It's a simple push. I love this from C1. C1 gets that kill. That is so annoying to have to deal with. You gotta check everything if you're against FREESLOT. You know, you really gotta check every single corner. Well, I mean, you know what's corny? The fact that they couldn't jump over that lap post there, and now C1. Don't be a corny man. Oh my! Not again! C1. It may be corny, but it works.
It works, and look at that. The expression of that man gets me every single time. The mini pop off that he had. And now, just finding 3K of their back. Wow, he is just very sneaky. Yeah, but that is Kato taking himself down out of the equation.
Beautiful. That's the second time that happened to him. But now in the middle, and now in with 3. Okay, why did we not get our eyes on that one? Production, please. We need those highlights. Now it's last player alive is going to be NI.
The bomb has been planted.
And he find anything? I think he find the next round. That's what he can do. But I do believe it's a very, very doable 1 versus 3. He has a great weapon in hand, which is the SKS. You know, you just need FREESLOT to make a mistake.
You know, 3 taps, all heads. Yeah, this is wraps for NI, if that's the case. And look at that. A shadow of Kato haunting ASAP. Now bomb is ticking down, and final stand, C1, together with the gang. 3-man push out, and that is it. As Anawin secures the 4K in that round, and FREESLOT extending their lead now to 2 rounds.
2 rounds we go. A bit more. FREESLOT, 1 more for match point, and the 2-0 in the series. Kato with a snipe. What a nice nade from Kato. A nice nade, finally not taking himself out, but takes an enemy out. Now they have the mad advantage here. At this point, you're already taking the player out in A. This should be a clear A push because you have number 3 Furious in the corner, the 10 corner. But I'm pretty sure S7G and Kato's gonna check this. I'm wrong. Oh, never mind. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh, another one. What are we doing? How are we not finishing kills here? Another one, set tech. But NI, good for 2. Yes, your teammates have the blunder, but NI able to, you know, will his team back here. Still doable, and I'm pretty sure. Oh, that timing is unbelievable. NI, where is he looking at? What is this timing? He's able to spot him. No! It's a comedy show. It's a 1 versus 2. It's all up to AK. Now AK. Will he get the... Oh, okay. He spots one.
So what is happening in this S&D? AK. 40 seconds left to work with here. S7G. It took the long way route. Heads to B. Calls it a day. Plants it in. C1 in his positions. And S7G just closes out that round. FREESLOT now 1 round away from securing this game.
1 round away from securing this game. Number 2, and FREESLOT showing who's the boss in this series so far. ASAP, I mean, cannot find a single round at all after that start of that second half.
Yeah.
Or nothing once more. I mean, at this point, what kind of strategy? There's no strategies for them on the defensive side. Otto again with that snipe, trying to look for some openings. Now the smoke stun check will be clear on A. And another slow push for them.
Yep. I mean, AK now in a very nice position. S7G though gets the plant down. So now ASAP, how do you defend this? How do you find the end here? As C1 takes down the best now, 4 versus 5. FREESLOT looking towards the end of this map. And I still not making a move. And
no.
C1 just too deadly with that SKS. Too deadly, too unpredictable. And finally, he would... Oh, no!
No!
Never mind.
See what with the turn on. S7G closes the deal. And FREESLOT goes 2-0 in the series. 9-5. C1, you gotta look up, man. You may be 0-4 in the lamppost jump, but it doesn't matter. You get the dub, and now you're up 2-0. Match point, series point for them as well. Moving on to control.
I think C1 is only 0-1 in the lump jump, and S7G is the one that's like 0-4. But anyways, you know, this team, man, do they put on a show when it comes to this S&D maps? S7G just randomly picking out a grass spot, lies there, finds 2K, and C1 just, you know, perfect timing all across the board. But what I have to see back is that exchange where I forgot who it was from ASAP, but the timing, he didn't see them on the Woodhouse, he didn't see them at mid, he saw them when...
That was NI, and I was looking at every single corner, but except the one in front of him. And then Furious was in that corner as well. I mean, like, how could he not get that kill? At that point, man, I mean, at least you gotta get one. It's really unfortunate.
At least. And C1, you know, just popped off with that SKS. Made sure that, you know, FREESLOT gets over the hill. And that they did. Now they are up 2-0. So no signs of repeat when it comes to what has already happened in the grand finals, which they faced up against each other. Now, what's left is control for the side of FREESLOT. The last time they faced up against ASAP, they lost control 1-3.
Go. But I feel like this new renowned fountain of youth for FREESLOT is just a different kind of animal. The way that they've been playing really, really good so far. As you take a look at the final highlights here. I mean, Kato, yes, he takes himself out.
Wow, it's highlights.
A highlight from Kato there. But I mean, other than that, it was a solid game for ASAP. Just could not stop the bleeding at all, pretty much. And there was just so many things that it's uncontrollable, like in Call of Duty. You really hate to see it, but you know, it is what it is. And the side of FREESLOT, they took advantage of every mistake that that side of ASAP made.
Yep, exactly. And with that is just, you know, the second win for FREESLOT. You know, still not over, but this man right here has put on a show. It's going to be C1 as your map MVP with 13 eliminations with a KDA of 2.6. This man was basically invisible.
Yeah, I mean, now you see me, now you don't. That's pretty much what he was doing. He was Houdini with an SKS, and he was even getting kills up close and personal. C1 really did well here. 14 for S7G. C1 with 13 for a now and 8 for Setek and Hato. And on the other end, I mean, Furious with 2. I mean, he could have gotten more, but again, just could not catch a break at all.
Exactly, you know, kind of unfortunate for that man. You know, especially though that one time where he didn't get checked on the corner, but he just whiffed all of his bullets.
It happens.
But
it
hey,
happens to everyone.
It's a different game now. We're heading on to standoff. Basically, this map dictates if you get spawn traps, you win this map.
I mean, we saw what happened in the first series, Kaori.
Yeah.
I mean, Elevate lost game 2, and then the moment we got into the first round, it was already over.
Or we just like, oh yeah, so this is how it goes. I mean, hey, I'm down for a different look here. FREESLOT, ASAP. You know, it's still up for anyone to get this control. We've seen they were matched up in that hard point. But FREESLOT, with their current momentum, could be heading off to a very clean record here.
Here we go. Game 3, FREESLOT, ASAP. It is nice shot by AK, alright. That was a black scope coming through from him there. And now, I mean, they're treating it like it's an S&D. So, which is pretty funny to see here. But now you see FREESLOT getting some pushes here. Kato from the back. He's going to be able to spot that player. The snipe from AK. Kato has to back away now because he's going to be one shot. The free fire, he's good for one more. But he's finally going to get shut down by 24-25 so far.
Yeah, it's a very different control that we are seeing now from both these teams. I mean, they are very much even when it comes to the gunfight capabilities. 22-22 basically speaks to the intensity of this matchup as FREESLOT, and neither ASAP is getting the lead.
Oh, let's take a look at this now. On the corner, and now in, good for one more, 19-8 in. It's a hit marker on him, but it has to back away because he knows there's going to be a free kill there. Another one there as well. So, I mean, Anawan with a shotgun, he hasn't stopped since game number 1. He does get one more before he gets taken down. Nice shots coming through from him.
Yeah, and just look at the life counter. Just so close between these two teams now. Finally, Anubis using that Predator missile, you know, gets a lot of information. They are trying to lock down this A site, and now ASAP very much in control.
Yeah, definitely in control as we speak here. I mean, ASAP 13-5 here, and now they're showing that the control prowess is very different from what they saw in the hardpoint. S7G, they're trying to still survive here. It's still winnable here if you're on the side of FREESLOT. Just gotta try to slow it down when the fight's that you need, but the spear shuts them down. Now they were able to stop the ticking here. There's only one more player on B here, but FREESLOT, they're fighting it over at A.
Yeah, and Anawan just in his lonesome up against 8 people coming in from ASAP. And it's a never-ending horde of people as ASAP gets first blood. Now, round 1 in the books for them. You can still see the smiles on their faces. They are still very much in this, very much comfortable and confident that they can bring it all the way back.
Here we go. Round number 2 here coming through. I think the mistake there for FREESLOT, they played too slow. Gotta move a bit faster here. And ASAP, solid round so far. They have their operators they need, but look at Anawan go. Once again, on the prowl, on the push. Gets a hit marker with that shotgun. No trades whatsoever. And I just don't like the pace that either of these teams are playing at. They're playing at such a slow pace that it shouldn't even be like this in standoff.
Yep, exactly. You know, this was supposed to be played with max intensity. But yeah, it's very much understandable because if you are FREESLOT, you know just how good ASAP is. But I think that's holding off the capabilities of the team. Now, Anubis with 16 frags in this map. He has just been the biggest difference maker. Setek didn't spot out that one member that is pushing towards him. And I would find him. And now, Anawan, it's his turn. Tempest now out and about. Tries to pop one more. Finds another pick off. Now, FSL with a bit of a lead.
A bit of a lead there. Looking for it. C1 just gets shut down. Now with a shotgun, doesn't matter. 15-17 now. Furious with the Tempest. He's good for 1. That's a back away now. Furious. Timing can be everything, but the best with the equalizer. Not going to be able to find anything. Kato shuts him down, so that's a big kill for him as well. 11-16, and FREESLOT here really struggling on this control. I mean, what's happening to them here? All of a sudden, they just shut down, but C1 still trying his best to will his team back.
Yep, and still 11 seconds left on the clock to play with here. FREESLOT, you know, they are getting, you know, a few kills left and right, but ASAP is just ready now. Setek. Now, this could be the change that they are looking for. Equalizer now in his hands. He is looking to take matters into his own hands, but that Predator missile was just too deadly. AK, is he ready for this? Setek finds it, but will Setek save this entire round? Now, doesn't have the equalizer at hand. 7 players from ASAP looking towards him. This could be a 2-0 already for ASAP.
I mean, I just don't know what kind of mode the side of FREESLOT is doing. I mean, like, every time they're doing well, they always just try to throw it down in the game, and this is what's happening to them again. I mean, like, simple things in control. Like, I'm not understanding what you're trying to do here if you're FREESLOT. It is APS3, but just doing this for free. And no push up or push back from the side of FREESLOT, as we're about to take a listen into their comms in 5 seconds. But now, let's see if they can make a comeback. But first, let's take a listen to the team comms of both of these teams.
บนไม้ตัวอยู่ไหนบ้างสวยกล้องเลยตัวท้าย
เกิดความรู้เหรอเกิดการไล่การต่อเลยยัง
ข้างในปั๊มแล้ว52มีโดดแล้วเกิดแล้ว
อนุใต้
ผมปิดบ้านได้อะผมปิดบ้านได้อะอะไร
หลังเหลืองเกิดแล้วต้องหลังเหลืองอะหลังเหลืองมันจะ
And there you have it. You see the comms there, not really doing well for the side of S7G and the crew, but the Sparrow! C1 though, trying to will his team back here with that Sparrow, and now he's going to try to get some more, but NI just has his number there. I mean, you do have the lead here, so you could force around 4. A Hunter Killer Drone is going to be able to help you. A Predator Missile is going to find one more tractor. You clear out that side. 9 seconds to go, and now just needs to win this fight.
Yep, needs to win that fight, but didn't need to push out because essentially you have ASAP going after you because there's no time left, and FREESLOT.
Stay alive.
Finally
they stay
on the
alive
board.
here. Yep.
Finally.
I mean, I guess they finally learned how to play it, so hopefully they can keep on continuing, because it's just atrocious how they're playing Control. It's just not that kind of caliber that you're expecting in this magnitude of a tournament.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, the problem now stands for the side of FSL because ASAP has their operator skills and they are now investing it as, you know, it's all ASAP on that kill feed.
Yep, it's not going to be good for them. Now Kato is going to get shut down by NI's Annihilator. Now they're going to push it through, but unfortunately the spawns have turned. Kato, you just don't need to clear that anymore. He has an Annihilator. Let's not swing the guy with an operator. I mean, that's probably number one. I mean, yes, you want to clear it out, but he has an Annihilator. Stop peeking the man.
Exactly, and they are just giving NI all of those free pick-offs. Now ASAP with a 5 life advantage. FREESLOT looking and hunting towards this lone member NI in this blue house.
There you go.
Now Win finally finds it, you know, chopping down the lead of ASAP to just 2 lives. Anubis reloading the Switchblade, looking towards the defense, towards that A side, and the Best and Furious would just find it.
I'm not understanding here. Clear the base now. Oh, he's in that second floor. Okay, we're just gonna leave him right there. AK with a free kill with a pistol as well, but at least A will be on that second tick. I think ASAP is just gonna give this up. Set that could make the players closing up on that equalizer. Finally gonna be able to capture, but AK shuts down Set Tech. 15 to 40 we go. It's S7G. Nice help from C1. Now we start to see some momentum shifting here for the side of S7G. Spots another one in AK, but the slide snipe in C1 with the Sparrow. You can feel it, you can see it. Here comes the push, and now with a 2K, they're hitting their stride at the right moment once again. Did not want to make it easy, they want to make it difficult, and C1 with the Sparrow. Second tick will be complete. Enamored from the back. Yes, perfect timing right here. He's going to be able to get one, and just like that, they clear it up, and we are going to a round number 5.
FREESLOT very much still in this. A heroic coming in from Anubis, but that won't be enough. If you can see the feed, there's still more operator skills at the ready for the side of FSL. Question is, how will they use it? They have 4 remind you, they have 4.
Or in fully streak. Full streaks as well. Here comes Kato. Trying to get one with a War Machine. Unable to get anything at all. S7G is going to get shut down, but the War Machine from afar able to get one more. Nice shots there from the side of FREESLOT, and now ASAP. Predator Missile by C1. Looking for more. There you go. 3 more to go. EMP out. And now the blender is plugged in. And SETTEC only good for 2 though, but AK okay. Gets one. Now you just gotta calm down if you're on the side of FREESLOT. Though 30 lives away. 25 to 20 now. But if you're ASAP, gotta push them out. Kato with another 2K. Working towards the Predator Missile. And another one! A snipe from Kato! A Predator Missile in hand. Finds 2 players. He's trying to look for the one. And can he get it? Yes, he can. He gets one. 22 to 16. Furious with the Tempest. S7G! His turn to get that kill. And now FREESLOT finally getting that momentum.
Finally getting that momentum, quite indeed. FREESLOT now not letting up, but you can see ASAP. 2 operator skills at the ready for them. 6 life advantage for the side of FREESLOT. Time running out for ASAP. If they need to do something, if they need to commit onto something, they better do it now. Now that is quite good for ASAP. But answers back coming in from C1 and S7G. Now the final fight. 13 seconds left. 5 members left. 4 players left. And they are just dropping down like flies. SETTEC waiting. And now win. Hunting. And there you go. The best. Can you really be the best in this exchange? 0 left on the clock. No room for mistake. Equalizer at the ready. And FSL hunting down the lonesome of the best. And the best will fall down to the left hook of SETTEC.
And FREESLOT come back down 0-2 to close it out 3-2 and get the sweep. Shades of what they did in VIZUALZ SKAERI. It had to go down to a 5th round, but in the end, they managed to get the 3-0. Congratulations to FREESLOT. They are still undefeated in the group stage.
Yesterday, they were almost reverse sweep. Now, they were almost sweep. But man, oh man, 3-0 once again for FREESLOT. I think that moves them up to number 3 now in the group standing. And here is your map winner once again. It's FREESLOT, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations to them. FREESLOT getting that victory, and that will improve their record to at least 2-0 and 6 map wins. So take a look at the highlights here. I mean, it was all ASAP first 2 rounds. Kaori, and then right after that, the switch has been flipped, and you saw FREESLOT turned it up.
Exactly. FREESLOT, you know, maybe they just need a little
push,
boost.
you know?
Yeah, a little push.
You cannot be like that up against teams like ALUla, Rivals, and Element, because they will stomp you down and grind you until you're turned into bones. So I don't think that should be the mindset if you're a FREESLOT fan. You shouldn't be proud of how they played Control, because they can play good, but why does it need to be when you're down 0-2?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's still very much commendable that they pulled out this win, but you know, more challenges are up ahead for the side of FREESLOT. You know, I am absolutely looking out for FREESLOT now. They are a very promising team. I've seen how they play. Sometimes they have missteps, but they have the high highs and also a set of low lows, you know. But yeah, I think they need to clean up more. I mean, it's a 3-0, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, up against ALUla, Elevate, and Rival Esports, they would get mangled if they just do, you know, their inconsistencies. Because consistency is the name of the game when you're up against those big trees. But that does not take away what they just accomplished today. And let's give them their flowers. FREESLOT still undefeated in the group stage.
Yep. I mean, given that they haven't faced against the best, yes, but you know, that's what you need to do. When you're not going up against the best, you need to be able to beat those teams that you're capable of beating. And I think the only thing that they need to look out for is their hard point and their control. That's it. I think their S&D is probably the best in the tournament among all the teams here. Other than that, their respawns still need a lot of work, and your MVP is going to be, our map MVP is going to be C1 with 31 and a 2.07 AD.
Yeah, C1 once again providing a lot in that matchup. He was hot from S&D, and he brought it all the way to Control. You know, kind of a little bit too late to wake up, but at least they got the job done. It wasn't pretty, but hey, a 3-0 is still a 3-0.
I agree with that one. Congratulations to them, and take a look at our scoreboard here. As we can see, C1 31, and now 29, Kata with 30, Setok with 33. Yes, S7G had 17, but he had huge kills in those last couple of rounds.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of mentioned that they need to be prepared with, if they face the best. Technically, they did. And he was on the third frag with 18 and 29. But yeah, all jokes aside, FREESLOT securing that 3-0, that is quite a surprise, because once again, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a background or a history check. This was not the case when they faced each other way back in the legendary All-In, where it was as soon as possible winning that series 4-1, and now they got their revenge match, and in spectacular fashion too.
That's true. In the group stage of the biggest qualifier before you get to stage 5, and again, congratulations to FREESLOT, our series winner for this third matchup. And we still have one more to go, so stay tuned, stay in your seats. We still have Change World and ALUla to close out the day. But pretty much this has been a great series. I really enjoyed this one. The two best teams from Thailand proving why they have a chance to go to stage 5 and try and represent Garena.
Yep, this team has a very bright future ahead of them. FREESLOT, so far we are loving the results that they are currently putting out. But yeah, I think the real challenge starts tomorrow, if I might say so myself, because they would be facing up against ALUla. So yeah,
that's the challenge for them now. All they need, if you're going up against ALUla, your S&D stronger. What about your respawn? Is it gonna match up with that kind of level? That's gonna be the big question mark for tomorrow for them. To take a look at our series MVP, none other than C1, 101 eliminations and 1.77 ADA.
He loves the ones. 101 eliminations for C1. Yeah, he was very much, consistent, if I might say so myself. He's an active contributor. He was lights out on that S&D, on that control. He was kind of a late starter. And also, in the spawns, he did his job quite well. And we take a look at the group stage standings now, as wow, look at the shakeup. Rival Esports now at the #1 seed since they've had 3 series that they've played, and FREESLOT moving towards #2, up above ALUla and Elevate since they just finished their series once again. Both 3-0s.
That's true, both 3-0s, and like I said, that's good for them. But ALUla, after today, I think they're going to be the #1 team once they defeat Change World. And it's going to be a 3-0. I think we can both agree that Change World hasn't been playing up to their standards, and ALUla is just on a different level. The champions of GM11 trying to secure their top seed so that they can get the best matchup that they want in the playoffs. But with that being said, 3 series down, 1 more to go. Kaori, I'm really excited for the last one here, because we're gonna get to see Cali's favorite team, Change World.
Yeah, it's in the name. How can you not like and support Change World? Change World could possibly change the world. I've been saying this ever since the first series. Change World, please give us something here. Hopefully, yeah. But yeah, going back to reality, snapping back to reality, it's ALUla that they're up against. Technically, they've had the same results up against the top 3 big bosses here in the tournament. 0-3 against Elevate, almost won control, but got reverse sweep. 0-3 against rival Esports, wasn't even close. And now ALUla, and Lucazin on his 6-map winning streak. 6-map MVP streak rather for ALUla. So yeah, now the question is, will Lucazin find 9 today, or will someone from ALUla finally take away one of the MVPs away from him?
I guess that's the story we're going to, because Change World, it's really going to be a struggle for them. But with that being said, Please yourself. One more to go. This is a Garena Qualifier. We'll be right back after this break.
This is the Call of Duty Mobile Summerfest 2026.
Bakunawa. Hardpoint still in play, but scary. 3 more points to win this game.
That is crazy. I would have seen multiple options.
And we are back finally for the final series here for Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Garena Qualifier Group Stage, day number 3, and it's none other than ALUla versus, of course, Change World, People's Champ, you might call them, or Cali's Champ, if you might call it. But yeah, I'm so excited for this one, so hyped for the upcoming matchup, you know. Could possibly see a different result or a dominating fashion coming in from ALUla.
That's true. I mean, Change World, the champion of the people, the people's champion, I would say. I mean, yes, they haven't had the best stage 4 runs, you know, throughout the years, but everybody loves Change World. We all love the players there because we always want to see what kind of Change World we're getting every other year. So now today they're going up against ALUla. You know, they gave Elevate a run for their money in Control, but hopefully against ALUla, I do not think it's going to be like that. I think it's going to be much more faster like what they did yesterday. So ALUla definitely just going to get in here to finish the business and, you know, get some dinner right after this.
Yeah, could be, but, you know, still believing in that saying, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Change World could possibly be changing the world, but once again, yeah, if I have to be very honest with myself, I think, yeah, ALUla is just looking too scary at this point. I mean, oh yeah, you can consider they have 6 points with 1 match loss. And do you know who they lost to? It's none other than rival Esports, and that was on SND. So I think that very much tells you the caliber of ALUla in this tournament. I mean, yeah, Change World yet to find their first points. They've faced up the Titans twice, Elevate, Rival, and now it's going to be ALUla. So yeah, not an easy day at the office for them. Once again, another big challenge for them, and it's time for them to show up because they would need the points. As here is your group stage standings. It's number 3 versus number 8, Change World versus ALUla.
Yep. And not only that, I mean, at least the only good thing about this, your next 4 days will all be the easiest matchups for you. Not easier, but I mean, much more doable if you're Change World. And for ALUla, you're about to hit the roadblock against Elevate in a couple of days from now, and for Rival as well. So a lot more matches here for them, but let's take a look at the series here, the maps and modes coming up right up here. It's going to be Takeoff, Tunisia, Standoff, Slums, and in case we go to a game 5, it's going to be Meltdown and Search and Destroy.
Yeah, let's take a look at the first 3 maps then. Takeoff, you know, very much anybody's ball game, but if you're ALUla, man, I think they are ready. Looking at the players now, I think they've changed sides. Change World really did change the world. But yeah, you know, I think a little bit of change up is needed, as here is game number 1 of ALUla versus Change World now on the way.
Yep, here we go, game number 1, Change World ALUla. Game 1 hard point. Start things off with FDX and Clove getting the kills, but Change World actually to be able to get some time off this P1. Just a couple of 6 points there. M4 over at this top P4, holding it down. So solid hill so far for them. You know, just getting some influence on it, but Clove and Jai able to do damage. Ichikawa, he's gonna get shut down as well. And now ALUla finally on the board.
Yeah, ALUla now finally on the board, and they have now got the lead for themselves. But yeah, Change World still making this one very competitive, trying to find those fights, but it is all ALUla in the kill feed as of the moment. Now Jai going to fall down in the hands of Mavir. Now ALUla, it's going to be a very hard point to actually control, and I think Change World has been doing a fantastic job at holding it down, but now is the big challenge. P2 now up and available for anyone to grab. M4 would finally find FDX. And Skirt and Lucasin, you know, just making wonders on the back end of things.
True. 22-10 now. P2 about to open up here, and ALUla will be the first one to stay inside this P2 and get control. Gonna get the kills that they need. FDX from the back, trying to clear out by, and that's gonna be a free kill for him. They clear it out. There's only one player to beat, number 1. He's gonna get shut down by Clove as well. And now ALUla's gonna be able to get control of this hill, but Mavir still gets a decent second there, just for ALUla to take it right back to them. And now the spawns have flipped, and ALUla takes control of P2.
Yep, ALUla now just dominating in this match. I mean, we see some glimpses from Change World. Now they got the point as well, but you know, it's those moments. They get a second, 2 seconds, then it's right back to ALUla. Now, Clove is popping on the equalizer. Let us see what damage he can do. Ichikawa would fall down into the hands here of Clove. Clove still trying to find 4 more kills as Change World changes plans and looking towards that next point.
Next point, you're right. P3 is going to open up, and ALUla going to be late on our rotation, but obviously the gunfights department would be on their favor. M4, good for 1. Guy's going to get shut down by Ichikawa, and I like this hold by the side of Change World over at this red side of the map. Just blocking that spawn, making them spawn all the way back to a P number 2 at least. Now Jai has a war machine to work with, and decide to use it if he wants to. We'll spot that player in that corner. He knows there's one there, and the war machine is going to do the damage for you.
Yeah, it's going to do a lot of damage, quite indeed, as Jai, you know, not quite finding a lot of value in that one, as Change World still very much resilient in holding that point. But now ALUla has it back into their hands, and look at that! Finding 2 with that claw. No, very much deadly in his hands. Still 82 bullets left in the chamber for that claw. But I think it's just going to be running out of time, as ALUla still in control of this one. Skirt with a Spyro at hand would get taken out by Mavir. Mavir could find something, could possibly do something here to break the hill. There's still a Spyro available for buy, so still not the end of the world for Change World, but ALUla making quick work of them in this hard point.
That's true. Now moving forward to P4, you see ALUla already on that rotation. They still have FDX's Tempest if he wants to use it here. Decides to bring it out, and now could start the spawn trap here, but he's gonna get shut down by Kai. So nice shutdown of that operator, but can you be able to turn it into points here? That's the question for Change World. The EMP has been activated as well. Kai's about to load up on his war machine. Let's see if he can find anything with the war machine. Unfortunately, he finds Jai's bow.
Yeah, just falls right into the hands of Jai there. I mean, here comes Change World once again, trying to find a break onto the backside of things. Mavir, a good maneuver from him, would not land the shot, and it would be Jai that takes him down. Now, it's going to be a very difficult kill for the side here of Change World. They are trying to fight back, but Jai just rips them apart limb by limb. And now the war machine, to add insult to the injury, knows where 2 players are, and Ichikawa and M4 just gets blown up to bits. 6K for this man. Jai has just been on a mission up against Change World.
5 in a row for Jai. EMP at the ready as well. Predator missile if he wants to use it. So just fully streaked out. That is going to be Jai. 35 to 148. Predator missile looking for someone. He finds one. He's trying to curve the missile. Fortunately, will not find anything, but just get that information for the team. 150 to 35 here, just dominating. ALUla here, just doing business as usual.
Yeah, They are giving the business indeed to Change World, as they have no answers whatsoever to the onslaught that they are currently receiving. Mavier, I mean, he has had his moments, but it takes 5 to win a game, and now Bai would fall into the hands here of Jai. And you know, Change World find a break of their own, but Skirt is now here to save the day. He falls down as well. Now this is the moments as to where Change World can just, you know, fully maximize on. They need these kinds of glimpses of their gameplay, but ALUla just answering back every single time and now pushing the lead up to 100 plus points.
157 to 49. Skirt's gonna get shut down by M4. Luca's in now with the claw in hand. 24 kills already in the game, but the FDX got 3 with the Tempest. Now time is gonna be on the side of Change World for now, but the claw is gonna clear that out. And now ALUla is milking every single second on that P2.
Yeah, and they are enjoying their hold on to this P2. And Lucasin, what is that angle? This man is a walking laser in himself. And imagine Baal versus Claw. You know, just amazing coming in from Lucasin. And now Change World just trying to find anything at this point.
That's true. 20 seconds left here before we hit the rotation, and 5 more seconds before we take a listen into the communications of both of these teams. Let's take a listen on how they're doing.
你们屁股要顾啊！你们会没人顾啊，一种没人踩。
对，那3血。
下一个拿去外地，拿去外地。我们活在下一个点啊！他追掉了。
好不炸。
来不及。
哎，红，好电顶那边。
Another one, I have watching me. Turn on.
Behind.
Arrow main. Spell red.
Right side.
Top right stairs. Top right again. Okay. And no one side. No one top right. You can have low here.
Oh shit, top right.
You can
I'm low.
got line. Watch out.
Oh, I mean, there you have it. Both these teams really just stepping it up. You hear the urgency for the side of ALUla, but Change World just cannot find anything. Equalizer out for Klo. Good for 4 there. Beautiful for him. Game will not end here. They need to get 2 more points over at P4, but by the looks of it, this game is already done and dusted by the amount of points that they're just dropping on the head of Change World.
Yep, and ALUla, not the same ALUla that we seen yesterday. You know, they were giving quite some points because they were rooting or like looking for some kill streaks, but now it's all business for ALUla.
It's true. 244 to 65. We go. Final push here for the side. Lucasin clears him out with a claw, and that might just do it. Game number 1, 250 to 64. ALUla takes it.
And ALUla, in quick fashion, makes quick work of Change World. Now take a look at that, 250 to 64. That, I think that's like the biggest lead a team had on hardpoint here in, the group stage for the Garena Qualifiers. And ALUla did it so elegantly. You know, they've had problems in P1, you know, not the best of a start, but once they stepped it up, they were just owning it.
I agree. They definitely just owned it. Now let's take a look at this. The winner of our first game. It's going to be ALUla once again. Take a look at the highlights here. If you did miss action from that first game.
Yeah. Basically, this was the ALUla show. I mean, Lucasin nasty with that claw. He has just been hitting every single shot. And that play from Jai, where he got like 7 kills in a row, I was just amazed as to he maneuvered on top of the stairs and just, you know, dumps his war machine onto the heads here of Change World. Yeah, and from there it was just all that she wrote for this one, as ALUla was just not playing around. They want to finish this as soon as possible.
That's true.
No pun
intended. Or as soon as possible there. But I mean, by the looks of it, they are looking pretty good here. This is what you want to see from the side of ALUla. And our MVP, once again, the streak lives on for Lucasin, as he will be our MVP. 37, 2.47 for the MVP.
Yep. Now 7 in a row for this man, Lukazin. He has just been on a tear, my friend. Yeah, you know, you might consider, oh, only 37 eliminations. Man, the game finished with like 250 and 64.
If Change World had a fight, they would have gotten more. But you know, they just did their business. They didn't have to do anything crazy. That's what you want to see in that kind of game. That type of, you know, just get the job done right. I think that's the only thing that they need to do at this moment. And looking at, it's a complete push and pull for the team of ALUla. They just kept on getting better and better and better, and that's what you want to see in this type of team.
Yep, exactly. And all of the members here coming in from the side of ALUla just getting their 30 bombs of their own. I mean, Jai just 1 kill away from, you know, securing a 30 bomb himself, but nevertheless, it was all ALUla in takeoff hardpoint. You know, moving towards Tanisha, I think we've seen them play this as well, so could be something that just happened already, and it's going to be like deja vu for ALUla.
Could be deja vu for them, and I mean, this is just a comfort pick for the side of ALUla. We saw them yesterday. I mean, Jai was playing around with the enemy, trying to do a backpedal with his movement, but now map number 2 about to load up here. Change World versus ALUla. Here we go. We're about to start. Both teams are already getting in this game. Game 2, ALUla. Change World, Search and Destroy, Tunisia.
Okay, hear me out. Elevate lost Tunisia S&D. What's stopping Change World from doing the same to ALUla? Right? Anyways,
Lukazin.
Oh. And just like that, yep. Caster's Curse is real. I think so.
I mean, the only funny thing was Elevate lost that map and they ended up winning the world champ. So whoever loses to Change World, you have a better chance of winning at Worlds.
Oh, that's right. They give the blessings. But going back to the game, no, bye. Still holding the SKS at hand, just waiting patiently, you know, for any peaks or whatsoever. And there is the plant down now for a site for ALUla.
Go down, bye. Gets 1.
Nice.
That's the start. Can you get a second? Skurd's gonna rechow him. Beautiful shots by Skurd. 25 seconds left. 1 versus 3 now. It's all up to Ichikawa.
Yeah, Ichikawa has been a highlighted player. You know, has been putting a lot of work as well. But up against 3 members of ALUla, now that is just unfair. And ALUla takes the first round of this S&D.
First round for S&D. Goes to the side of ALUla. 8 more to go. And for the side of
the objectives.
Change World, gotta bounce back. I think they did pretty well at the start there. Hopefully they can keep it up here. What about this?
Yep. Let us now see it indeed. And once again, the non-stop flood of ALUla just rampaging, cruising through the defenses here of Change World. Mavir was able to get 1, but it's not enough to stop the bleeding just yet. Now Nade would find the tag, but not taking down Mavir just yet. Mavir could find the hit onto FDX, but FDX just fearless in that peak. And ALUla now 2-0 lead.
Lead for them. It's just another day in the office. They're not doing anything crazy, not anything fancy. They're just trying to get a job done right. That's what you want to see in this type of team of ALUla.
ALUla, man. Once again, they are just, you know, not stopping at any cost. I mean, that's a nice takedown coming in from Bai. Could possibly be slowing down the pace here of ALUla by a bit. And M4 as well, finding Lukazin. Now they are showing signs of life, but FDX just too quick to take that all the way back. Now 2v2 situation, Clove together with, and oh my god, Mavir. It's a dangerous play that you're playing here, my friend, and FDX. No, it's just making quick work of them.
He was trying to use a shotgun from that far. I mean, if it was a slug, maybe. But unfortunately, it was not. If you had a KSG, maybe you had a chance. But it did not work. And now, ALUla 3-0 so far. Like I said, just making look easy so far in the search and destroy. That's what you want to see. Here comes the fight. Ajay, FDX, Lukazin, all get it. Last player alive, 13 seconds, and it's done.
But it's not over yet. Ready up.
Hold on now. ALUla, what was that flood? And I think Change World was not ready for that one. Now 4-0. What just happened there? They just load in, walked right in the middle, call it a day. And I think they want to do it again now.
Do it again. Let's take a look at it.
Oh yeah, they did it again.
They did it one more time. My goodness gracious, and the round is done already.
Give us something to cast, please.
we're just zooming through rounds over and over again.
Defend the objectives.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah,
Here we
quite
go.
literally.
Ivan, no. Let's see if they can keep it up. ALUla now pushing through.
Yeah, nice
Answer.
nade.
There's a nice nade. Got something there now.
Okay.
Okay, Maver gets one. Lucasen gets the one on M4. We're back to a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, we are back to a 4 versus 2. Lucasen now in phase of danger. Kai faces Lucasen in a head-to-head matchup. Lucasen would just dip out instead, you know, picks up the ball. Is quite ready for any shenanigans that Kai might pull up. And now it's a 1v3. Lucasen, SKS, Bao, all in his hands. Complete arsenal for this man.
This is possible. We know who the player is. Gonna be able to find those. He's trying to get one. Just needs to get one there. It has to back away now. He has so much time here though. He also has the bomb. He also has a bell. But I believe he's ready. But Lucasen, he's faster.
Oh wow!
It's that kill.
He
Quicker
is
on that gun. No. Oh no.
Oh no. He has been spotted out. Lucasen trying to play it till the very end. He's making a run for it. He's going towards A. Could get the plant down. And now you got Maver and Ichikawa. They need to put a stop to this man because he has been doing way too much damage.
He has been making too much damage here.
Yeah, Lucasen now just...
This
he
is very
just
winnable. So winnable right here.
Yeah, look at that angle.
25 seconds left. Lucasen just needs to get one there.
He gets one.
He gets one. He spots a second one. Lucasen, 1 versus 3. You already know. It's anything's possible when you still have Lucasen on your team. That's the only good. That's the thing you have to take a look at.
Yeah, 1v4. That man. He was. I think he was like, yeah, FDX. I'm not letting you take the map MVP.
The MVP. Yep, I need it. Here we go. 6-0 so far. We see our first ever 9-0 in this matchup.
There we go. There we go.
Okay, Ichikawa M4. They get 2. 5 versus 3 once again.
Yeah, you know, they just need to close out rounds at this point for Change World. I mean, Lucasen, oh my god, if he finds another one. I'm sorry for the redundant reaction, but that was pure and natural reaction, by the way. That shot was nasty coming in from Lucasen. Now they are looking towards this B bomb plant. But there is a rotation that could be caught off here. But Jai would just get the hit marker instead. So now it forces ALUla to a 2 versus 3. Now FDX together with Lucasen. They have been on fire in this map. Both 10 kills onto their name. Still a minute to work with. Bomb drop still in the hands here of Lucasen. Player number 4.
We've seen this before. FDX gets the worst timing possible. Could have gotten 1 kill there. We'll push up. We'll spot a player right there in that corner. FDX has to back away. Lucasen is gonna have help. Takes down Ichikawa, and that's a rotate towards A. And now, but Mavier, nice shot. And again, another 1 versus 2. Last time we were here, Lucasen clutched up, and now he just has enough time to run away to the other side, get the bomb down, get a different spot, and get the 1 versus 2. That's what's gonna happen right here. I'm gonna tell you exactly what's gonna happen. All right, Lucasen is gonna drop the bomb, and then right after this, he is gonna push through A-Link right there. What you're looking at, he's gonna push right there. Decides not to. He wants to play the dark quarter. All right. In this quarter right here, there's been a lot of clutches here. And it was also against Change World. Lucasen, he knows he's there. Lucasen gets the first one.
No, not again.
Guy's gonna be right here. Look, no, but Guy stops the clutch and finally Change World. They get their first round.
They're changing the world, man. One round at a time. One round at a time. Finally on the board here now for the side of Change World. You know, it could have been a very, very tricky situation there for Change World, but they actually finished the job. Now 1-6. ALUla still very much in lead. Lucas in now with 12 frags. Could be the start of something big here, man. I'm telling you.
Could have been, but here comes the push by Clove. They're pushing through. They're spraying it down. They're backing away. Mavier gets 2. Lucasin does get M4. It's a 3 versus 4, but look at FTX deep in enemy lines.
Just dock walking
here, yeah.
Yeah, but Kai, I think Kai is ready. Kai is ready for FDX. And there you go. No, those
you
are the
really
takedowns.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect anyone to be on top of there. Only Change World, man.
Yeah, they're changing the world, man. And now Lucas in together with Jai, this deadly duo up against 4 members of Change World. I mean, Mavier has had a good game as well. You know, landing those shotgun shots quite well. Now ALUla. How do you guys want to approach this round, or will Change World find their second?
Go. Bomb should go down any moment now.
The bomb has been planted.
There you go. That's a retake. Jai will have the second floor. Lucas is going to stay in that dark corner once again. This is all about timing for the side of Change World. He's got to time it perfectly. Jai got to get that kill. Unfortunately, Lucasin only good for 1 there. Gonna get tagged up, but Lucasin gets 1. But bye! Beautiful retake, and they get 2 rounds in that first side. Now we're gonna switch over as we swap sides for both of these teams.
Exactly, and you know, they're starting to pick it up now, but is it a little bit too late? We are about to find out here as they change up sides. You know, they could be aggressive as well. They could do that. They could try that. You know, a change of scenery for the side here of Change World as ALUla, you know, kind of pulling away with this one. But still, we are on a 2-round winning streak here for the side of Change World. And we are about to hear the communications, you know, between these 2 teams as to how they are approaching this game. Let us take and have a listen.
The bomb has been planted.
我这位置可以吃道具了哦，你们可以不用管。
有 Vigo 2，有 Vigo 2，有 Vigo 2，
我好像有了。
我动了，还有一个，左边霸线，
我被闪了，上面我被闪了。
nice。
还有2只，还有2只。
点子上面，一只而已。One secret. That's a guy. One miss.
Just so.
Finish it.
GG's Jai.
Jai, let's take him.
Jai.
Jai got already, bro.
It is. He's already eating, bro. Yeah, guys. Let's play hold now. Hold be shotgun.
And Jai, unable to help the team. I think he had to go to a potty break. Lucas was single-handed. I thought he was gonna get that guy off the heady, but unfortunately, 3-6 we go now.
Yeah, Jai was missing in action and still is up until now. But yeah, could be the opportunity now for the side of Change World to finally find something. But Clove.
Oh, M4 with a collateral. Okay. Finally, we got something, some life from our production. A bit of happiness here. That is Jai's player cam at the moment.
Bomb acquired.
You love to see that. M4 Lucas in 1v1. Does he know that Jai is AFK? Is this the AFK strat?
I think Jai forgot that this is a tournament. It's not up to 5 rounds, Jai, but look at it. Take a look at that. Pulling everybody's weight here. 19 kills for this man. And Jai, is he back online now?
Take a look. Do we have a sky cam that we can check? He is. Nope, there you go. He's back. All right. 3-7 we go. Jai still with 2, but it doesn't matter. His team is covering for him. And now FDX gets M4. That's the first one. Oh no, Clove. Clove gets the first one. Spots the second as well. Last two there. ALUla, they're chasing. Look at them. They're running towards the end at A. FDX. The timing is unreal there. FDX gets away with his life. And should be able to get one kill there. But no, the trade. Scared. He's gonna get caught as well. Scared trying to be a Carter, but no, he takes that player out. Shuts down another one. Match point now for ALUla.
Yep. ALUla, man. They are just on a tear. I mean, oh yeah, I've remembered. Jai has been doing a lot of things in this map. Yesterday, he was doing the back pedal. You know, the back pedal strat. He has been pulling out a lot of strats. This man is a genius.
Alright, here we go. Moving towards this next game.
Yeah, and it opens up with just FDX just lighting it up. He is looking towards that PP Wrecker, but Ichikawa would be there to shut him down. Clove finding the shot, and it would be critical as Bai would be left alone to save this game and this round. But you're up against Clove, Scared, Jai, and Lucazin, so kind of a tough ask for him. But now here comes the four-man push out coming in from ALUla. Finds Clove. That's good for one, but Scared just puts an end to this matchup as ALUla now taking S&D as well. 2-0 lead now up against Change World.
2-0 for the series as expected. And now we're going to move on to the control here. Congratulations to ALUla, and I still believe Lucazin is still the MVP of this match for this game number 2. Love to see it, even with Jai being AFK, it didn't matter. You know, Change World, they got 3 rounds, but in the end, that was all that they can get. Take a look at our winners. It will be ALUla.
Yeah, ALUla, man. Is there anything more to say about this team? They were just playing their own game, basically, in that one. It's another day at the office. It's going to be a quick day for them, I think. They're heading onto control. They are feeling themselves. And yeah. They are just doing wonders, basically. You know, every single member of this team bringing something to the table, even though Jai was out and about for a minute or two there.
I mean, take a look at this. I mean, Mavier was trying to get a shotgun kill from all the way from downtown. It was not possible. It was just the ALUla show from 6-0, and then, you know, obviously, Change World was able to get 2 rounds in that first side, and then the other side, they were able to get 1 round. I mean, Lucazin was just really just on a tear from start to finish.
Exactly, and you know, that round could have been a different story for the side here of Change World, but you know, they managed to pull off, you know, some rounds here. A couple of good rounds that they've won themselves. And yeah, it's still the same story that we're currently seeing with like the top teams and like the remaining teams in the leaderboards. But it's all of the hard work that ALUla has been putting on, you know, being on non-stop tournaments, just been grinding, and it's showing now. You know, all of the achievements that they've got, it is literally showing here. And this man is the definition of showing out. It's going to be your map MVP. That would be Lucazin with 19 eliminations and a KDA of 3.8. Once again, 3.8 on an S&D. So per round, he averages like, I don't know how much kills he's getting, but like, yeah. This man right here has just been on a tear.
Yep, he has been on a tear here. ALUla, 19-5 for Lucazin, another MVP performance from him. Now the enemy Kai with 10, yes, but it just doesn't show on to the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, just not quite enough to take them to that finish line as, yeah, ALUla just taking control of the series, now 2-0. You know, a lot of problems already for them as they would need to find and possibly curate a solution now for control. But I think it's very unlikely that they do, since if we're going to look at the series now, the final series of the day, ALUla winning takeoff at 64 to 250, you know, winning search and destroy at 3 to 9, and now standoff once again for control. We know just how gunfight reliant this map is.
Yep, it is. I mean, at this point, Control, we've seen like number of changes throughout, you know, the game of Control and Call of Duty Mobile. The meta changes, the map changes, but there's only one thing for sure: ALUla will be the one dominating this one. But for Changed World, if they can do something, we've seen it. Like you said, on that day number 1 against Elevate, they had something up their sleeve there. So now here we go. Game 3, standoff, Control, ALUla, Changed World. Here comes the first round.
Yep, here comes the first round, quite indeed. Here comes ALUla trying to pressure things off, but Changed World, you know, getting some frags of their own. FDX on this spawn trap position right away, just trying to catch off members, and that is going to be 2 members down already for Changed World in the hands of FDX. Try to find more, but that is going to be a trade. Kai, a nice takedown there. I mean, if we have to look at it, they almost took down Elevate in this control map here in standoff. So it's very much still possible that they take a round or 2, or could potentially be closing out this map, because look at that. Changed World now proving something here in this control.
I mean, they are proving something at the start here, which is very, very interesting to see how what I'm watching. Changed World is really improving, at least, you know, on the slightest bit. You love to see that. And as soon as I say that, Kai just gets turned on, which is just unfortunate for that one. But 15 to 21, and this could be a capture win, actually, if you look at it.
Yeah, we've been highlighting Mavier as well on.
Oh, wait. I think they just won the round. Changed World just
Lost that round. It's not over yet.
He won the round. Changed World goes up 1-0. Cali is screaming in the house right now.
Yeah, Changed World now is looking good. I don't want to put any curses or whatsoever, but they are doing just that. Now, 1 round now onto the side here of Changed World. Here comes ALUla, looking like they are dialed in and locked in, but looking at things, it's still Changed World, you know? Getting the advantage when it comes to the life advantage, still up by 3. ALUla trying to close it down by a little bit. M4 going to get spammed out in the smoke. Lucas in. Not landing the shot quite well. And now we are even up in 24.
24, shout out Kobe. Comes the shots though. Lucas in by just trying to buy some time for his team here. But you see ALUla already pushing up towards B. EX gonna take down Ichikawa. And now the spawn trap has been plugged in, and I think it's about to start here, especially with that Tempest by FDX. Nice shots from him as well. Look at that spawn trap. Look at that life from 24 down to 9.
Oh no. At least they get the break, right? They end the endless loop of death in the hands of ALUla. And here comes Lucas in, you know, ready to bring the beating onto them. 19 lives to 4 now is the story, as ALUla is looking towards to just equalizing things up with Changed World here in this control.
That is true. Here we go. That's 2 lives remaining. Unfortunately, he's gonna get shut down. 1 play to beat Ichikawa. Let's get 1. But FDX clears him out. Now we're at 1 apiece.
Ready for the next round.
Now 1 apiece. Players of ALUla suddenly, you know, changing to lock-in mode. You know, they want to finish this as fast as possible. But Changed World, man, I still think that they still have gas left in the tank. Now, 3rd round starts. Kai popping off the War Machine already, and Clove on the other end having the equalizer would get shut down actually by the War Machine. So huge value here coming in from Kai.
Huge value with that for them. But Skirt and Jai, Lucas with the Annihilator, he's ready to go for it. He's trying to go for that MVP. Because if you look at the team, Clove and FDX are right behind him as well. So it's a race for the MVP for ALUla.
Yeah, who gets it is going to be the biggest question for tonight. Lucas in. Still ready with that Annihilator, you know, fishing for anyone that picks out in the wrong way. But Skirt introducing himself to the mix. Now, by popping off that Sparrow, will that make that much of a difference? I don't know, but Clove is just... Yeah, he is just dragging them around.
Just dragging them around. I think Kaori is just mind blown about what's happening with ALUla and Change World. Kaori is the biggest Change World fan next to Cali, so it's pretty difficult for Kaori right now.
Actually, yes. And now ALUla is just giving them the business. And yeah, that is 2 rounds now for the side of ALUla. Change World.
That's the belt, that's the belt and the chinelas, as we say it here in the Philippines.
And the hangers.
The hangers, man. Like, when your mom says that, when she puts her arm up, it's over, bro. That's what's happening to Change World. They're getting whipped, and whipped. And now Lucazin and the crew of ALUla, they are just running circles up against Change World here. And now, they are on the defensive side, but we saw what happened here the last time when we stuck at 24-24. Lucazin still alive with a beautiful reach. And the Predator Missile gets that trade. 25-25 we go.
Yeah, kind of even up here. Are we seeing Change World's previous form once again? Okay, there we go. Mavier now with Annihilator, just looking for that spawn traps and misses the Annihilator shot. And now he still has like 3 more in the chamber. But yeah, ALUla knows better to not child that at all. I'm getting flashbacks of a previous game. Let us not child the man with the Annihilator. So, yeah, going back here, ALUla, they need to work on their time as SKAERI, just pushing forward. M4 as well, popping off that Tempest. It's going to be an exchange of bullets here, left and right. Change World with a small lead when it comes to the life advantage. M4 just waiting for the perfect opportunity, doesn't quite maximize that Tempest. And Change World actually 5 life lead against ALUla in this round.
That is true, and for ALUla, time is not on their side. They gotta hop on a point, which they do towards B here. Ichikawa about to clear out Lucazin, and he's gonna shut down Lucazin. Nice shots from him. 9-12 we go, but the equalizer for the side of Clove settles things down for his team, makes them relax because they know this man can just spray it down. Here comes the equalizer, shuts down one more. He's looking for more. 9-8 we go, in last 9 seconds. Ichikawa, he's gonna get shut down and spawn. 9-7 we go, and this is still winnable if you're the side of Change World, but as soon as I say that, SKAERI gets 2 more. And now it comes down to an S&D right here. But SKAERI with a death machine shuts all the hopes and dreams of Change the World. And just like that, ALUla will take game number 3, 3-1, end the series. 3-0.
Yep, ALUla did just that. We saw glimpses of Prime Change World once again. At least technically they've won 1 control map already, 2 from Elevate, and now 1 from ALUla. So kudos still to them, but yeah, let's talk about it. ALUla giving them the business. 3 maps straight, and there would be your map winner for the final map of the series, which ended in a 3-0. So yeah, it's not just Change World that lost here, it's also Lucazin, because I think the match MVP is finally out of his hands. And let us take a look at the post-map highlights. This was already after the 1-0 goated moment of Change World. So now it's the ALUla show that we are currently witnessing.
It is the ALUla show, and now we do see the highlights here for it. And I'm again, it's another day in the office. Pretty much, that's what they did. Love to see it. Now, I mean, the first round was so surprising as Change World was able to capture 2 control points in that matchup. And then after that, it was just the business from here on out. From round 2 to 4, it was just all ALUla from start to finish.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, still, same story, same results. It was expected coming in from ALUla. But then again, they are your number 1 seeded team in the Philippines for a reason, and they proved just that here, and they're proving it time and time again for this Garena Qualifier.
See, Clover MVP, and finally a different MVP Lucazin has been dethroned. The streak has come to an end, and Clove now will be your MVP at 24, 1.41 KDA.
Yep, 8 streak snapped by Clove. in this one. But yeah, 24 eliminations with the KD of 1.41. Clove with that equalizer. Oh man, is he a headache? He is just so good with it, apparently. And he is just ripping through everyone. And a very deserving map MVP for Clove.
That is true. You'll love to see that from the side of Clove. Now let's take a look at that. Congratulations again to the player they call Clove. He will be your MVP. Take a look at the map results here. I mean, Lucazin had 20 and 9. Yes, he had the most impact, but Clove had the more kills there, especially those last final round with that equalizer. And for the side of Change World again, yes, Ichikawa 22, but other than that, teammates could not catch a break, couldn't stop the bleeding, could not find a duel, win a duel. It's really, really unfortunate for them.
Yep. It's still a team effort at the end of the day here for Call of Duty Mobile. And yeah, ALUla was just a better team and by a large margin. I mean, still, it's not over for Change World. They can still fight for those points. They are finally over the big tree. Yeah, they're over the big tree. Now they have to win the remaining matches. As this is for series number 4, ALUla wins 3-0. 64-50 on Hardpoint, 3-9 in Search and Destroy, and 3-1 in Control. A pure masterclass here coming in from ALUla.
Pure masterclass for them. Now, let's take a look at our series winner one more time. It will be ALUla.
Yep, ALUla, man. They just did everything right. Basically, they did what ALUla does best, and they bring it here. And it works. It just works.
Just work. Congratulations to them one more time to ALUla. And now we're going to see that they should be the number 1 seed on the standings. And our series MVP, no other than ALUla Lucazin.
Yeah, Lucazin, the match MVP streak has been broken, but series MVP wise, still going strong. Still him. 76 eliminations with 2.62 KDA. What about that?
He's him. Arguably one of the greatest players of Call of Duty Mobile history. But to solidify that even more, to be in that golden conversation, you need to have that ring, and that's what they're trying to aim for. And now, take a look at the standings. ALUla will be first with 3 series wins, 9 map wins, and 1 map loss. Rivals right behind it with 2 and 1. FREESLOT and Elevate tied at 3rd. VIZUALZ, Esports, and SKAERI 5th and 6th. And ASAP and Change World round up the 7th and 8th slot.
Yeah, I mean, that's your current group stage standings. These teams, they have been putting up a lot of fights already. I mean, it's still day number 3. There's still more to come. So, yeah. I mean, it has been a very, very action-packed day for all of the teams. And, you know, what I can say from now is for tomorrow, I think we'll have very, very interesting matchups because I think we're going to be seeing the Brotherhood matchup is going to be VIZUALZ versus VIZUALZ.
Yeah, VIZUALZ versus VIZUALZ, Change World versus ASAP, ALUla FREESLOT, and then the heavyweight, the main event, Rival versus Elevate, a rematch of the lower bracket finals from GM11.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a treat, quite literally, because yeah, you know, you're going to be seeing VIZUALZ both looking for a win. Then you got Change World versus ASAP, both teams as well that doesn't have a serious win, so could be the change for Change World, or it could be the start for as soon as possible. And then yeah, the challenge for FREESLOT is going to be ALUla. You know, just how far can you take your talents up against a juggernaut? And yeah, you know, old rivalry, Rival Esports versus Elevate on to your final match. But yeah, you know, today has been very great. You know, we've seen 3 3-0s and 1 3-1. So still a very kind of, how do I say it? It's going to be an up and down day. But
I mean, you know, I think our best matchup was probably the ASAP and FREESLOT matchup. That was really fun to watch. Even this one for Change World, and also the Rival one against I believe it was Rival and VIZUALZ. It was also a good matchup there. I think overall, you know, we're starting to get to be done with those matches where it's one-sided. In the next couple of days, we're finally going to see the matches that we're supposed to see and witness here, and show why these are the matches that we're gonna watch.
Yeah, basically it's just that, and yeah, I think we've had enough of action for one night, and I think there's still a lot more to come tomorrow. By the way, it's still 4 best-of-5 matches for tomorrow here in Call of Duty World Championship 2026 Garena Qualifiers. Once again, it has been your casters, you know, Kaori and Jericho. Jericho, will you do the honors, please?
Well, again, this is Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 Garena Qualifier. I'm Jericho, that's Kaori. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 4 p.m. same time. Goodbye for now.